Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day. Happy Thursday. We are going to be doing more Pirate Yakuza in a little bit, but we get a couple of things that we do have to go through. First off, Medicine, it's good to see you, and Pixel Pixie, excuse me, also good to see you as well. Why don't we get right into it? Now, we were talking last night a little bit about Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 2, along with that little tease that Konami gave us that, come to find out, was another video game entirely. So I figured I'd break it down a little bit more and see what I could grab. There's not much, if I'm being honest. Bloop, good to see you. There's not a whole lot, but this came out August of last year. Now, this is from Kotaku, so take it with a grain of salt. However, there are some interesting things. Konami basically confirms Metal Gear Solid 4 is coming to PS5 and Xbox. We all know the PS3 exclusive stealth game will get a port. The question is, when will it be announced? The next installment in Konami's Metal Gear Solid Master Collection has yet to be officially announced or confirmed, even as fans find evidence of it and reports surface of its existence. So it's weird that Konami's still playing coy about MGS4 and other games getting new ports. Released last year, Volume 1 contained 5 classic MGS games: MG1 and 2, MGS1, MGS2, and MGS3. It's a solid collection, even if it has some flaws, but fans knew a second collection would have to be released eventually. It made sense, and most evidence points to MGS4 being one of the games included in the next collection. For the last year or so, publisher Konami has been quiet about what's coming next. Now it's basically confirmed in a recent interview that MGS4 is getting a new port, even though it's still not officially announced. While speaking to IGN, Konami producer Noriaki Okamura was asked about MGS4 in Volume 2. In response, Okamura provided what might be one of the silliest answers about an unannounced project I've seen in some time. Quote, "We definitely are aware of the situation with MGS4. Unfortunately, we can't really say too much at the moment with Volume 1 containing MGS 1 through 3, ... but you can probably connect the dots." Okay. Yeah, we can connect the dots, and it's pretty clear based on IGN's own reporting and data mined evidence that MGS4, 5, and Peace Walker will be included in the next volume of the Master Collection. But because Konami likely has some deal in place to announce Volume 2 during an event, Okamura couldn't actually connect the obvious dots. Quote, "Right now, we're still internally concerned about what we should be doing for the future of the series," said the producer. So sorry, we can't really reveal anything at the moment, but stay tuned. So take that as essentially confirmation that yes, MGS4 will be available on new platforms in the future as part of a larger collection. Now we just have to wait for it to be officially announced at some big event, and we can all act surprised when the trailer appears. Meanwhile, and again, this was August of last year, might be getting a new version of MGS Snake Eater this year, assuming the awesome-looking remake launches in 2024 as planned. We already know that's coming out this year. That's coming out in August. So take this with a grain of salt for two reasons. One, it's Kotaku. Two, this came out at the end of August of last year. But I have a little bit more recent of an article. This came out in December, and this is on VG Charts. Konami is working on Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 2. It is confirmed it is working on Volume 2. However, it is figuring out what games will be in the collection and how to handle ports of the bigger titles. Quote, excuse me. "We had HD ports of Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3, or sorry, not really 1, but the other 2, said Noriaki Okamura in the second episode of Konami's Metal Gear Production Hotline series via Video Games Chronicle. But most of the titles released after those don't have a pre-existing HD port we could use. Some are in HD, but those would all be really big titles. That comes with its own set of issues. So with all these factors to consider with the lineup, anything along the lines of what's in it, or questions like how long will it be in development, when will it be out, it's going to be a little while until we can get a clear picture. But when we do, we'll let you know here. We called the first one Volume 1, so we are making a Volume 2, that much is for sure. We're also worried about how Volume 1 had a pretty rough launch with all the issues, so we're going to do everything we can to not repeat that. But we have to ask for everyone to just give us time. So when we talked about Master Collection Volume 2 last night, one of the biggest things that was asked, and it was asked by Spectre, is do you think that one of the biggest holdups is Metal Gear Solid 4? I said yes, but there's also something in here that I completely neglected as well. Now, in terms of Metal Gear Solid 4, I said that one of the biggest hangups is the PlayStation 3 to date is one of the most, if not the most, complicated console to currently emulate, right? So only maybe about a year or two ago did they actually get part of MGS4 to work on a stable PS3 emulation. And it's not even the full game. They still have a long time before it's all completely good to go and it's stable and it's running at 60 frames a second and everything like that. And in 1080p. They did a lot with the PS3. They pushed the PS3 to its limits with Metal Gear Solid 4. Just like Kojima did with Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 for the PS2. They really did push the console to its limits. So it's no surprise that for the longest time, aside from on PlayStation Plus, you haven't been able to do much of anything with Metal Gear Solid 4. It makes sense. It's a very tough thing to work with. And it specifically utilized the PS3 and all of its features as best that it could, and it did it to showcase the PS3. So how do you take something that was specifically designed for the PlayStation 3 and specifically designed to show off all the really cool things that the PS3 can do and make it into a port? It's not easy. But I think the other thing that is really interesting that most of us don't talk about is what exactly are they going to do about Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker? I've come out and said many times before that I think Peace Walker, at the very least, needs some sort of remaster or remake, not because I'm a big fan of remasters or remakes, but because, with the exception of Metal Gear Solid 1, I believe that Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker is the only other game that really needs a lot of help because it's showing its age. And unfortunately, because of the platform that it was originally on, it shows its age a hell of a lot faster than most of the others do. So, PSP was great back in the day, but there's only a very small percentage of people that even have a PSP, let alone one that still works. Good luck trying to find anybody to play online with. And on top of that, Peace Walker, if I'm being honest, as much as I love the story, and it's probably one of the more interesting and intricate stories throughout the entire lineup of the franchise, is incredibly slow and a massive fucking slog to get through. So how are they going to tackle this? Are they going to do what they did with Master Collection Volume 1, which is just release it as is, warts and all? Or are they actually going to try and, say, update it into 1080? Are they actually going to try and maybe streamline a couple of things? Are they going to just say fuck it and redo it so that it's not like a, 15-minute thing and then you take a break and like all this other shit, right? How are they going to do it? It sounds like they are taking all of the stuff that I just talked about in terms of MGS4 and Peace Walker into consideration. That's not a bad thing. It needs to be redone altogether if they can, but realistically, they'll just update it. I mean, yeah, realistically, it'd be nice if they just updated everything. However, I think it should just be more than just say like, oh, here's a patch, right? And it brings us to 1080p and it's the same shit. I think if they're going to do an update, they do what I would call like an active update. So it actually like proactively fixes a lot of the pacing issues. It fixes the fact that chances are there aren't going to be many people who really want to go through this stupid, convoluted, bullshit multiplayer crap that most people aren't going to be using and aren't going to be playing. Because when you play a Metal Gear Solid game, typically you're not playing it for the online content. You're playing it for the story. And they have to take all these things into account. That's just how it is, right? You're not playing Metal Gear Solid 4 because you want to get on to MGO. That was a cool thing that they did, yes, but you're not doing that. Nobody back in the day played Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater for the very limited online PvP content that they had. No one that I know of or that I've ever heard of played Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker to go online and invade each other's bases. With the exception of Metal Gear Solid 5, which was specifically designed with the PC and online play in mind after the story, though it was still part of the story, no one plays those previous games specifically for the online content. No one. They just don't. There are tons of other games that do online play not only better, but less convoluted. That's just how it works. It's true. It's how it goes. And I know, Pixel Pixie, I know you were excited and everything like that, but you have to take this all into consideration, right? You do. Like, hey, who do you know? And I'm asking this question seriously. Who do you know has ever gone, man, I really, really love the Metal Gear Solid franchise. It's so amazing to be able to, all of the Metal Gear games, be able to get online and, play with your friends. Nobody. And the reason why the answer is nobody is because it's never been a focus. It's a great idea, but generally speaking, with the exception of Metal Gear Solid 5, multiplayer has never been a focus. It's been an afterthought that was added on. Even during the PSP days, it was a thought, but unfortunately, that's really all it ever was, because the architecture for even getting to play online was so clunky through the PlayStation Portable that most people were just like, well, I don't know how the fuck this thing works anyway. So they just said, fuck it. And they, that was it. They never did it. Why would they? Hell, most of the people I knew, I only found out had a PSP years after they threw it out because it broke or it died or they sold it off. I didn't know anybody who had a PSP when the PSP was out. So how the hell was I going to play online with anybody? You see what I mean? It was not something that was very well thought out at the time. It just wasn't. They have to address that stuff. So I think it's a combination of two things. I think it's a combination of Metal Gear Solid 4. They need to really figure out how they're going to bring it to the PC when it was specifically designed for a video game console that is 2 generations behind now. And make it so that it's the same thing that everybody knows and loves, and it actually works. That's kind of the big thing. But they also need to take into account all these different things that are needed for Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, right? If they're going to have multiplayer, how are they going to get it to work? Do people even give enough of a shit about multiplayer? Are we going to, go and do, say, something like an active update where the general premise and everything else pretty much stays the same, but we kind of streamline everything, so it's not like watching a TV show for only 15 minutes and then having to take a break and go through a stupid convoluted menu that nobody really gives a shit about, and then also having to take a break and do all these other stupid fucking things in terms of building your base and making sure that you have all this stuff and, hiding things behind walls where you have to fucking upgrade your base to a certain extent before you get to unlock the next mission, and before you get to unlock a side mission that you have to do 30 or 40 times that will finally allow you to unlock the next main line, like all that crap, right? How are they going to tackle any of that? And you guys were here when I did it. I put like 100 to 120 hours in that fucking game just to get the true ending. And look at how many times we ran that same mission over and over and over and over and over and over and over to finally go through all those different side missions where you had to catch that dude before we finally got to that cutscene where he dies so that we can finally go and face Pacifica Ocean along with Metal Gear Zeke. You see what I mean? There's a lot of things that need to be worked on. And honestly, in my opinion, it's pretty damn good that they're addressing, or at least acknowledging, that these things have to be addressed. You know what I mean? It's kind of a pain in the ass. It is. And I'll be honest, Peace Walker, in my opinion, like I said before, has probably one of the most intriguing storylines out of the entire franchise. But the pacing is god-awful. It just is. The pacing is terrible. There's nothing fun about how the pacing works. And yes, it does come from a time where they were experimenting and they were trying something new. Did it work? For the PSP, sure. For everything else, abso-fucking-lutely not. Because we've played it. We played it on PlayStation Plus and on PlayStation Now, and guess what? It was not fun. So that's something to take into consideration. So as of December, they are acknowledging and addressing, or trying to address, all this, but we'll see where it goes. Me personally, I'm hoping that they're just keeping everything under wraps currently. And either we hear something maybe towards the end of the year, post Metal Gear Solid Delta launch. Whether that be that they're releasing it at the end of this year, or maybe they're releasing it next year. But I wouldn't get my hopes up for anything coming out this year other than Metal Gear Solid Delta. And I still kind of think even then it's really, really iffy as to whether we're going to see Volume 2 next year. But we'll see. Now, we're done with this stuff, which is fine, but we have a Lucy Pyre video that I want to react to And the reason I want to is because this deals with Final Fantasy XIV, and it's called the tragic and totally preventable decline of FF14. Now, for those of you who don't know Lucy Pyre, she is a smartass. She's, well, let's just say she's basically like us. But she's also a VTuber, so yeah. You know, I mean, take it for what it is. It's Lucy Pyre. You'll see what I mean. Here we go.
Sick freak. Did you click on this video expecting to see criticism of God's most perfect game, Final Fantasy XIV? How dare you even imply it has problems that could use fixing? 14 has the best gameplay, the best job design, the greatest community, by the way, that your eyes have ever seen. And because my sense of self is inextricably tied to this game, I consider any criticism about it a criticism of me. So I'm going to be very upset if you have something negative to say, mister. Or at least, that's how it used to be. Back in the day, you couldn't say anything about Final Fantasy XIV without the game dev riding army breathing down your neck. But these days, I see videos criticizing 14 everywhere I look. They're practically the only 14 videos coming out these days.
Okay, but to be fair, I think that, and this is something I think that even Lucy would acknowledge, is that one of the reasons why everybody is talking about FF14 as negatively as they are is for two reasons. Specifically, the mild to lukewarm reception that Dawn Trail ended up getting upon release, and more importantly, Wooklamot and her voice actors like absolute fucking meltdown on Twitter and everything else, and people just not liking the character and everything else. So there's a lot of things that came into play with Dawn Trail. It takes a while to process FF14. It's a 1,000+ hour game. 1,000,000%. Wholeheartedly agreed.
And by making this one, I feel like I'm jumping on a bandwagon of sorts. Please, look at my credentials. I swear I'm not a trend Andy. I have a long and fleshed out history of lovingly shitting on this game. That is, until one day, I stopped. I quit making videos about 14. I didn't talk about it on stream anymore. If somebody asked me when I'd play it, I'd laugh nervously while chat spammed clueless. I developed a script of sorts. Whenever people would ask me why I stopped playing, I told them that I burnt out. I told them that turning it into my job made playing it feel like work and that I just needed some time apart. But after literal years have passed, I realized that I was wrong. It's not that I was burnt out on 14. It's not that making videos about it ruined my passion for it. Those videos were made because I had passion in the first place. It turns out I lied. I didn't stop because I made it my job. I stopped because 14 has done nothing worth being passionate for. So
that's
let's
fair.
talk about that. And
That's also incredibly fair, by the way. So one of the things that I've said, and I love FF14, let me put it this way, okay? I did the entirety of ARR through Endwalker in 2.5 months. Every day, 10 to 14 hours a day. I love FF14. It is absolutely phenomenal, right? Problem is, what do you do after MSQ is done? Unless you are a diehard, like massively hardcore player, chances are, as somebody like me who's looking for a really good story, unless you're going to be doing it with friends, you're probably not going to go relic farming. You're probably not going to sit there and do all the support jobs. You're probably not going to know, let alone go and do any of the extreme or ultimate trials or anything like that, because you don't know where to go to find a static, and you'd rather do it with your friends. And unfortunately, you know, your friends are, even in your FC, are kind of all busy doing their own statics for all those trials, so that's kind of out. You can sit there and go do mount farming, but Unless, you know, if you're brand new, you're kind of screwed because then you're stuck behind the aetheryte nodes. So you have to go run around all over the place and get those before you can actually fly around to go do all the other crap that you need in order to get them out. Like, it's the more and more you do in FF14 post MSQ, the less passionate you are. It's a very, very tough balance to strike, and I understand that, but that's also the reality.
Our conversation is gonna take a hot second, which means that at some point I'm bound to have an opinion you disagree with. Feel free to run to the comments and write essays about how wrong I am because my autism enables me to enjoy reading unhinged manifestos about Final Fantasy XIV. Just keep in mind that despite popular opinion, I don't want the game to die. I want to see it rise out of this slump and go back to being the f***ing joy to play that it once was.
And nobody wants to see FF14 die. Even people who aren't FF14 players, I think it's very, very easy to understand why having a game like FF14, even if it's not necessarily directly competing with something like World of Warcraft, or not necessarily directly competing with Guild Wars 2, or ESO, or any of these other MMOs, it's still very, very, very important because it shows that there are other ways to make sure that shit gets done with MMOs, and shows that there are other ways in which people will actually sit there and be able to enjoy the fucking game versus a bunch of sweaty fucking try-hard neckbeard pieces of shit who literally just, you know, try and use elitism because they're, you know, rank 1 fucking Scarab Lord or whatever in WoW to try and show somebody that they know absolutely everything, when in reality, chances are they don't know much of anything at all.
Other than that, there will be very minor and vague spoilers for the story, so if you're a huge stickler for that, you might want to head out. Or don't. I like when people cry about spoilers they were already warned about. It gets me all hot and bothered. Oh yeah? You didn't know that they fight dragons in Heavensward? Keep going, I'm almost there. Anyway, no more preamble, roll the damn clip. If I'm gonna talk about the problems with this game, I have to start with the game direction. 14 is not a difficult game and never really has been, which means I'm saying a lot when I tell you that the game has been gradually dumbing down, simplifying, and streamlining gameplay so that the player virtually never experiences failure. Let me put this in Joseph Anderson terms. If Elden Ring had a problem with making things too difficult to keep their reputation of try-hard gameplay alive, then 14 has the opposite problem. 14 wants to make things piss easy so that even a paraplegic chicken with Alzheimer's can keep up. Trust me, I've broken into Square Enix headquarters and I've seen the chicken. It's crazy shit. This stretches into every part of the base game, including dungeons, raids, hell. Even old content isn't safe. They've been sent to Yoshi P's veterinarian practice to be declawed, defanged, and of course, utterly fucking neutered.
Well, and to be fair, she's not wrong. There have only been like maybe a very tiny handful of times where I've ever had to go back and redo something in FF14, be it a dungeon, be it a trial, whatever. And even if I die, I just get brought right back up, like almost immediately, and everybody just goes about their business, and it's just kind of on rails. Like, I could sit there and I can literally die every 2.5 seconds, and it doesn't matter. I'm still going to be part of a team, whether it be a raid or a trial or a dungeon or whatever, that's going to be fine. Even I noticed that when you were playing, I wasn't even on 4 cylinders noticing while casual watching. Yeah, it just is.
Give you an example. One fateful day while playing 14, I got cued into Titan Normal. A very nostalgic primal, great music, overused chicken nugget memes, but I can forgive him for the sins of Larry Zor. Now imagine my surprise when the new player fell off the edge, and 3 seconds later, I was able to res them. Right, I forgot having unique mechanics in fights might be too difficult for new players. So glad that's gone. And then I got the Airy as my dungeon. And in the fight against Nidhogg, I realized There's no Morristini in there. I guess the devs thought casting Cure once or twice on him was too hard for the healers to handle? Never mind how that fucks with the lore or emotional impact. Just get rid of any failure point. It's too risky.
Yep.
What's really ironic and funny about this is that they've tried to backtrack recently. Don't get too excited though, it's the bare minimum. They made the new level 90 to 100 dungeons a bit harder than they were before. Stress on a bit, not hard enough that you can't figure it out in the first run and then never have to think about it again, but still, that's progress, right? Well, in my opinion, it's too little and way too late. Now the case for why is
And I think
hard to
that's fair.
crack, but after decades of research, I think I know the answer. After snorting my 10% off with code Lucy Gamer Subs powder, I astral projected myself straight to Japan to play 5D chess against Yoshi P himself. My 1 million IQ mind translating his Japanese to perfect English before the words even left his mouth. And after 10 hours of pure strategy, I placed him in checkmate and was bestowed with the information, the secret agenda of— It was for money. It really is that simple. If game easy, more people play game. If more gamers play, then more is money. Shareholder happy. Yay. It feels like these game devs are truly terrified of losing your sub. And that means they're scared of anything that might drive off a new player. Anything that might take away that hit of dopamine that keeps you playing in the first place. They never want you to experience a negative emotion while playing their game. So what do? They take out challenge. They ask less of you. They give everyone the tools to survive so that if the healer is a literal toddler banging on the keyboard, you can still finish the duty without kicking them out. Why do you think Tenchi Jin was changed? Why is Black Mage getting more and more instant cast?
Which, okay, here's the thing, right? And I agree with her. I absolutely hate that Black Mage is getting more insta-casts. Not because I hate Black Mage. I think Black Mage is a really interesting and a really cool and challenging class that I would never play. But I would literally never play it specifically because it's not the way that I want to play. Black Mage, for those who don't know, Black Mage used to be a class where you could, comparatively speaking, get off spells in a decent period of time, but you weren't anything special until you put down your ley lines. Problem is, once you're in those ley lines, you are fucking stuck there. You cannot move from those ley lines, so you will out DPS absolutely fucking everything, but you can't move. So now, as a Black Mage, you have a dilemma. Do I sit here and keep DPSing the fuck out of everything and risk getting melted almost immediately because I'm about as squishy as an upside-down pineapple cake? Or do I run and then have to wait for a 2-minute cooldown before I can pop the fuck off again? That's a really, really cool dilemma. But now all of a sudden Black Mage is just getting insta-casts. That kind of takes the entire challenge out of it.
Why did they decide pressing Kaiten before Midare was too difficult? Why else would they refuse to nerf Picto despite how unhealthy it's not?
Okay. Let's go back. Let's hear what she has to say about Picto really quick.
Numbers turned out to be for the endgame. They refused to nerf Picto despite how unhealthy its numbers turned out to be for the endgame.
Why did they refuse to nerf Picto? Pictomancer is one of the new classes that was introduced in Dawn Trail. This right here shows you basically what the score is for every single class, right? So you've got Dragoon, Monk, Black Mage, Reaper, Ninja, Red Mage, Viper, Samurai, Bard, hang on, Summoner, Dancer, Summoner, and Machinist. These are your DPS values, right? Look at how far ahead Pictomancer is for DPS values. Pictomancer is literally the top for DPS. And not to mention, DPS is one of, like, I should say Pictomancer is literally one of the easiest classes anybody can, like, just turn around and pick up. It takes 20 minutes to learn, takes maybe a week or two to sit there and master, and then you're golden. Meanwhile, you have Dragoon, Monk, Black Mage, and Ninja that are arguably some of the toughest to learn. And at best, Dragoon only ekes out second place, and it's not even close.
If a job requires skill, it might drive the shitters away. And Square Enix can't have that. But their idea of making things easy to keep players is flawed. And to my shock, Yoshi P agrees with me. There's this nice little quote from him recently where he talked about how if a side-scrolling game doesn't have holes to fall into, then there's no fun in playing it.
Okay, let's read it. He says, from now on, we'll keep working to surprise players and go beyond what they imagine. But that reminds me of something I regret as we've continued to operate FF14. We've made the game more comfortable, a game you can play without stress. But looking back on the last 10 years, I'm thinking we've overdone that a bit. Shimoda goes, what do you mean? Yoshi P says, a video game should of course have an element of stress, but how to handle that properly is extremely difficult. Shimoda goes, I can agree with that. And he continues, he says, for example, in a side-scrolling game, if there aren't any holes you can drop into, if you miss a jump, of course, the game would lose its stress, but it would also lose its fun. Yoshi P then says, speaking of FF14, I would like to restore that part a little bit. If we do that, we can give everyone a better challenge in a good way than ever before. I completely agree with this. At literally 0 point during Dawn Trail did I ever feel like there was any stress. I think the last time I really ever felt stress sitting there and playing the game itself was during Shadowbringers. And I'm not talking about the story and, you know, the emotional stress or anything. I literally mean like being afraid to go into a new dungeon or a new raid or a new trial as somebody who had never done them before because I was afraid, oh my god, what happens if I fail? Am I going to fuck this over for everybody? After Shadowbringers, it didn't matter. And as much as I love Endwalker, there was no stress.
I tell you, viewer, I cried tears of joy. Finally, Yoshi understands. He's gonna do it, guys. He's gonna fix the game. And when I played the new dungeons, I felt that he was starting to fix that part of the game. The new normal trials were challenging in a fun way. I'll give them credit where it's due. They have tried to increase the difficulty for this expansion, even if it's slight. And it's a great change, and I appreciated it, but with the state that job design is in, I'm not really sure it matters.
Uh-oh. Okay. Job design. Oh boy. Here we go. And I don't mean that in a bad way against Lucy, by the way. Job design is something that everybody has been complaining about for quite a while. Chances are Lucy's probably going to break it down here. So let's get into it.
You'll hear other people say that jobs have become more and more homogenized over time.
Okay, what does this say? I tried to do it on the other post that was done, so I'll try it again here. Classes in an MMO can be defined by their damage profile. I don't mean tanks, healers, DPS support. I mean how their damage is applied and the change in the rate it applies over the course of the fight. There are, in my mind, 5 classical damage profiles in an MMO. Builder Spender builds a lot of resources using filler, then dumps them all within a particular window. Sustained damage, doesn't really care about anyone else, just does consistent damage over the fight, so dot. That's what it sounds like to me, right? Other than, I mean, application of damaging debuffs. Ramper has to set themselves up and work toward their eventual higher damage. Daughter and debuffer, fine, focuses on sustained damage via application of damaging debuffs, and then Buffer focuses on overwhelming majority of time and space on buffing other DPS, has little to no self-damage, which, okay, sure.
And I'm not gonna disagree with them. It's bad for tanks, it's real bad for healers, and to hear you DPS mains tell it, it's not going too good on your side of town either.
Also true. It's you guys know me. I'm going to do one of two things. I'm either going to tank or I'm going to DPS, melee DPS, right? Those are my two go-tos. Currently, the only two jobs that I have that are maxed are Dark Knight and Reaper, and that's it. Dark Knight, a lot of fun, but it feels like the longer you go on as Dark Knight, the more you start to realize that if you really wanted to be a dick, technically you don't need a healer. And it's already bad enough with Warrior. Warrior can literally solo everything by itself. They don't need anybody. They don't need DPS. They don't need healers. They don't need range DPS. They don't need magic users at all. They can not only heal themselves, but then they can also just keep healing themselves consistently. Gunbreaker, although a lot of fun, takes a little bit more to work with, can basically do the same thing. Paladin is another one that can basically fucking solo anything. So really all that you have left is Dark Knight. But the only reason why Dark Knight kind of gets the shit end of the stick in terms of like being able to solo anything is because as Dark Knight, when you go through your rotation, you're typically trained not to be a dick. So if you're trained that way to not be a dick, then there's a very specific ability that you don't use unless you're in absolutely dire straits, which will literally just shield you, and for the amount of time that shield stays up, your health just goes right back up to full. So who gives a shit? Because at least if you're not being a dick, you're giving the healer something to do.
And maybe this is a controversial take, but here's the way that I see it. If I can level each healer, one after the other, and I barely have to change my approach to gameplay, I think there's a problem. Even if the encounters are marginally more difficult, the devs forgot that the core gameplay of a job is what creates someone who mains it and keeps playing the damn game. And the thing is, they used to understand that. Scholar was a busy mess in Stormblood, but it was my favorite iteration of the job to date. Astrologian was an RNG-dependent job, but making the best of a bad card pull was part of the class fantasy. Heavensward Dark Knight's Dark Arts required some thought, but God, it wasn't fun for the people who enjoyed actually managing their mana.
Which is true, by the way. That was a lot of fun. I actually really, really enjoyed that. I thought it was really cool. But, I mean, hell, even when I was playing, you still had to manage your mana and everything and figure out when the hell you were going to pop off for your rotation and everything else. And to an extent, a very small extent, but to an extent, you still generally have to do that, but not to the same extreme that you used to back in the day. It just, you don't have to anymore. Basically, all you really have to do is just make sure that you memorize your rotation, and you'll never run out of mana when you need it. You just won't. That's really all there is to it now, which is a bummer. It really is kind of a massive bummer, but that's how it is.
Bit by bit, they've been stripping out the things that make jobs different, and Summoner in particular got a complete rework. Nowadays, if you like Dot, you can play Bard, I guess? Yes, I am well aware that this is God's most unpopular opinion. But seriously, why did they do Old Summoner dirty like that? I'm saying this as someone who never mained the job, because I don't have to. I'd be pissed if it happened to my main, and with Healer it kinda did happen to my main, so I'm sorry. But I do think it was a middle finger to that player base, and the bare minimum they could have done was make a Dot job that would replace it. But they didn't. Past Summoner mains got screwed, and there's no sign that they'll ever be unscrewed. They are permanently being by the massive dick of the job designers. And yeah, I know the player numbers were low, I know many people were dissatisfied that it didn't live up to the summoning lore, I know the Dot playstyle was an acquired taste. But what's the solution to that to completely nuke a playstyle out of the game and leave those fans with no replacement? It's sad because, you know, they could have done things differently. For example, maybe a little less funding into the scam known as Blue Mage and a little more into creating another Arcanist spinoff? No? We're gonna keep making limited jobs? Okay, I guess I'll go kill myself. But time and time again,
Yeah.
the devs have shown that they will choose the path of least resistance. And what they replaced Summoner with was by far the easiest job to play in the entire game. Sure, having a couple jobs that are brain dead isn't a bad idea, but you
No.
went and replaced one of the sweatiest dot time optimizing spreadsheet maxing player populations with that? But even this is nothing in the face of the greatest consequence to making everything easier to play. And if you're a healer main, you already guessed it, the total death of the Trinity system. And no, I'm not talking about the religious one. Let's think about
Okay, the Trinity system, for those who don't understand, is really, really, really important. It's really important to FF14. I know she's more than likely going to explain what the Trinity system is here, so that's all well and fine. But let me just add, before she really goes into it, the Trinity system has always been incredibly important. Long story short, you need somebody who's going to be able to just take a fucking beating like a tank. Then you need a bunch of people around the tank to actually be able to do quite a bit of damage as fast as possible. There's your melee and range DPS. On top of them, you also need people who, in a fix, are going to have to heal the tank and make sure that everybody else who are just doing all your DPS and everything aren't getting squashed like a bug constantly. DPS is known to have a glass jaw, but that's exactly what they're supposed to be, right? They're glass cannons. That's the point. They're not OP. They do a lot of damage, but they can't take a hit to save their life. If you slap them, they're going to shit their pants. That's just how it goes. Tanks, on the other hand, do a reasonable amount of damage, but can sit there and take a fucking beating until the cows come home. Magic, or I should say healers, are literally just there to do that, and that only: heal. There's your Trinity.
the general premise of the Trinity. You have tanks, healers, and DPS. DPS and healers can't take damage for shit, so they need tanks in order to not get DP double-fisted by any roided chocobo that looks in their general direction. Tanks need healers because even though they're the swinging schlong alpha podcast chat of the team, they're only human. They can take more hits, but that doesn't make them immortal.
True.
Of course, DPS need healers because 90% of them suck at the game and they need someone to wipe their ass for them.
Also
That's the law
true.
of any MMO. And finally, tanks and healers need DPS because they don't want to spend 2 hours throwing cotton balls at the enemy until it finally keels over. And up until Shadowbringers, the Trinity was alive and well, gently suckling on one another's teats in the most beautiful little throuple you've ever seen. That all changed when the Bloodwedding Nation attacked. Do I jest? Only a little bit. Warrior is far from the only problem with the Trinity system right now, but it was the first big blow, and the trend has only worsened with time. When I was still playing
You literally, in FF14, you can solo any content in that game as Warrior currently. That's, I'm not even joking. That's how insanely fucking OP Warrior is. It's absolutely nuts.
healer. Anytime I got a warrior in my team, I would begin the 5-stage process of grief because I knew I was about to have the most mind-numbingly boring dungeon experience of my goddamn life. There is no skill involved with carrying as a warrior. It is incredibly easy to press Bloodwedding on cooldown, and if you press it on cooldown, you win, whether you have a healer or you don't. In fact, if you want to be a real jackass, there's a fun little prank you can play on the party. If the healer ever dies, you can make sure you don't use any of your tools to keep the DPS alive, and then proceed to solo the boss, flexing your EP in front of their corpses, forcing them to wait half an hour for you to finish one enemy. Very fun.
Yep, and a lot of the time, and I've run into this, there have been people in the past who will do exactly that, right? Oh, hey, I'm not going to use any of my cool abilities and shit like that. Let DPS just eat a bag of dicks after fucking healers have already been melted because somebody, you know, stepped in the wrong place or something to that extent, and now they're just going to sit there and call everybody shit while they just hit their fucking number pad like 3 or 4 times on repeat. and just sit there and call everybody shit the entire time. Meanwhile, we have to sit there and go, wow, you can do it. This is so cool. Oh, watch out. Oh, man. That's it. You're literally just masturbating the fucking warrior at that point.
I love when that happens. And if the warrior is sentient enough to use their healing tools on the DPS, then it's straight up optimal to ignore the Trinity and run a dungeon with a warrior and 3 DPS instead. After all, DPS is king in this game, and for whatever reason, Daddy P has decided that healers should have the least of it. Nowadays, warrior isn't the only problem child. This plague of adding cracked healing tools to non-healer kits has only festered. Paladin also has incredible self-sustain.
Yep.
Gunbreaker has respectable self-sustain. Dark Knight is... okay, well, there's an exception.
Listen, Dark Knight does have some good self-sustain, but you got to know what you're doing. And again, it really is dependent on how well you know the rotation. And if you really, really, really want to be a dick, although not the easiest thing in the world, you can self-sustain.
Exception to every rule, but the point is, the plague has turned into a pandemic, reaching even the DPS. Reaper has a heal over time, Dancer has an AoE heal, Summoner has an AoE heal, Pictomancer has a fucking shield. Am I missing anyone?
She is missing one thing. Missing one very, very specific thing. And I know this because I've done it. As Reaper, you can solo trials and dungeons as Reaper. I've done it. I've literally sat there and watched the tank pull too hard, pull way too much, and they weren't ready for it in a dungeon, and they go, oh fuck, I'm a dumbass, and get completely, absolutely just fucking curb stomped. And then as Reaper, I've had to step in and literally tank and DPS the entire fucking dungeon because the tank was too stupid. I've done that multiple times as Reaper.
Healers themselves keep getting new healing tools when they already have more healing than they'll ever need, as long as they play in a party that has a pulse. People with an inflation kink must love this trend, because with the amount of bloat you have in healers kits, I doubt they're ever able to play this game fully soft. Yeah, but Lucy, that's just in dungeons and normal mode content. That doesn't matter. Only hardcore stuff matters when it comes to balance. Follow Yoshi's advice.
Bullshit.
And if you want to have fun as a healer, go play Ultimate.
Bullshit. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. I'm going to tell you why. And don't get me wrong, I love everybody in my FC. They're all absolutely amazing people. I have some fantastic friends in my FC. Love all of them to death. But I will die on this fucking hill. If anybody says, oh, the normal content is not what matters, that's absolutely bullshit. Because the normal content, especially if you want to focus on the story, is the canon content. Everything past that, lore-wise, is literally the embellishment of Yoshi P as a bard trying to hype up adventures that your character has had. Therefore, is not canon. So if there is absolutely zero challenge and zero balance in something like normal mode, and you can brain dead the entire dungeon, the entire trial, the entire raid, something needs to be done. It just does.
First of all, I hate this reasoning.
Sophia, thank you for the hydrate. How you doing?
Because what you're really saying to me is this. Healers shouldn't be allowed to enjoy the game unless they're going sweaty tryhard mode.
True.
Hey, don't worry, I got you covered on that front. Because Ultimate has already been cleared without healers.
How insane is that? There have been ultimates that have been cleared without healers. I'm doing pretty good. How insane is that? That's absolutely nuts. So if even in the hardest content in the game, healers aren't needed, what's the point of a healer?
healers. Not everyone could do that. Yeah, and I also don't know how to hack into Square Enix's mainframe and find the forbidden ERP logs between GMs. Is that a skill issue on my part, or do you think it's by design? Fact of the matter is, if the devs didn't want you clearing without healers, they wouldn't make it possible no matter what you did. They've gone back and fixed things where tanks weren't necessary. In the case of healers, they just don't care, and neither does the majority of the player base, it seems.
Hang on, what did that say?
Of healers, they just don't care, and neither does the majority of the player base.
Honestly, just kill the roll, give everyone Shake It Off, Bloodbath, shorten to 60 seconds, and Second Wind, shorten to 30 seconds, or do a set consumables that you can use within the session. Literally, if they did this for all tanks and all DPS, healers would not be needed whatsoever. And as it stands, as I've said before, with the exception of Dark Knight, if you really want to be a dick, or I should say, unless you really want to be a dick, with the exception of Dark Knight, Gunbreaker, Paladin, and Warrior can basically solo anything and everything, whether it be MSQ, dungeons, trials, what have you. They can solo any and all content in this game.
It seems. I suspect it's because they don't want their overpowered healing toys yanked away, or because they don't play healer and thus don't give a shit. But hey, it keeps happening and will continue to happen. The most recent Savage tier was cleared without healers. I think on week 2. Very ordinary stuff.
Ouch.
Perfectly healthy for the game. Wait. Oh shit. I have an incoming voice message from Yoshi P. Do any of you guys understand Japanese? 椅子に座ってがいい。貴様らの新しい日常が来たのだ。Perhaps unsurprisingly, healers don't like Yoshi's cuck chair. In fact, healer disappointment has reached such an insane level that there's a thread on the official forums with over 1,000 pages. Healers are pissed. And the devs have been turning a blind eye to it since 5.0. 5 years. 5 years healers have been left in this state with
5.0, by the way, is Shadowbringers. So that's when things really started to get a little fucky. And it's just gotten progressively worse with each major patch. So they've gone through 2 expansions just getting more types of heals that they don't necessarily need and watching every other class get more buffs that take away the logic of using a healer in the first place. So now you have basically these people that can sit there and heal the fuck out of absolutely anything and everything in the entire game, but aren't needed. And they've gone through 2 expansions with that.
no promise of balance or even changes to their DPS kit to at least give them something, anything to do while the warrior main solos by breathing. And if I sound gamer rage mad, it's because I am.
Fair, and not to mention, it's not just the warrior solos by breathing, the Reaper can do the same thing. As I said before, I've soloed entire dungeons multiple times because the tank was an idiot, pulled way too much, realized way too late they were a dumbass, died, and then I literally had to tank the rest of the fucking dungeon as a DPS, as a Reaper, including the boss, and still came out perfectly okay.
Loved healing in this game, goddamn. But I was obsessed with it, talked about it all the time. Hell, I started my fucking career over it, so... yeah, pardon me if I'm a little pissed, but I'm not going to apologize for having passion about a game I've put years of my life into. The devs have two choices if they actually care about fixing this. They can either bring the roles back into balance with one another and restore the Trinity, or they can admit they hate dealing with healers and just axe them entirely from the game. I'd take either one at this point. At least that would be proof that the devs have a direction in mind and that they're pursuing it with confidence. But for now, we're left with wishy-washy healer kits that only ever get fun when the party is really, really bad at playing the game. And considering how easy the content is, yeah, that usually doesn't happen. But
one, either they make healers mandatory altogether, or two, make healers somewhat needed and light nerf all sustaining heals, or three, nuke healers altogether. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the problem. I'd rather they just go back to the Trinity, right? Tank's job is to sit there and, you know, throw a couple of softballs, but take a fucking beating. DPS is a floor tank, although I hate that term, but DPS is a floor tank where they just hammer the shit out of everything, but they have a glass jaw. And then you have your healers whose job it is to keep everybody alive. There's your Trinity, right? Sure, give the tanks like maybe one ability that really buffs the crap out of them, maybe makes them immune for, you know, to anything for maybe 30 seconds or a minute, right? Add that into the rotation. That's fine. That way you can take the stress off of healers, because healers are supposed to primarily be focusing on the DPS. I get it. But they got to do something, because healers are really getting shafted. Really, really, really getting shafted. And it's really sad. It's really... I mean, I've been hearing this through not only Lucy, but Xenos is another one. Arthur's is another one. They're two massive content creators for FF14. People in my FC have been saying it for a long time. There's even a person, and don't get me wrong, they're awesome, but there's even a person in my FC who's like, no, I'm not going to do anything other than Warrior. Why? Because Warrior is a brain-dead class. Literally the only thing you have to do to qualify to be able to use a Warrior effectively is at least have a pulse above 30 beats a minute. That's it. That's all you have to do in order to be able to effectively use Warrior and solo everything.
I don't see this metaphorical genie being put back into the bottle. I don't think these devs are strong enough. Now that they've given tanks and DPS these strong heals, they're not gonna take them back. Most warriors defend their overpowered job tooth and nail, and I mean, who can blame them? I don't understand how playing something practically unkillable is fun for them, but whatever. Some people like being the Mary Sue of an MMO.
No, I know exactly why. I know absolutely why they like doing it. It's because they're the all-star, right? Because if you do Pally, Warrior, or Gunbreaker, you are the all-star. Because everybody in that party knows, and it doesn't matter what the rest of you are, everybody in that party knows that it is going to be 1,000 times harder if your Gunbreaker, Warrior, or Pally go down. If they go down, everything has just instantly been made 1,000 times harder, and there is literally nothing in the way to stop the boss or whatever it is you're fighting from literally turning your head into a birthday cake when they curb stomp you. That's it. So everybody looks and goes, oh shit, we got a warrior? Pff, this is going to be fucking easy. This is going to be great. Even if we all die, the warrior's still going to be there, and I can get up and go, you know, I can go take a piss. Hell, I could probably go onto the other monitor and bring up the hub and just fucking crank it for another half an hour until the warrior's done doing whatever they do. That's why. Because they know they are the all-star.
I can't criticize them because I sort of joined them. I switched to Gunbreaker in 6.0 and didn't look back. The tank role as a whole is broken and receives constant glazing in the form of buffs, overpowered kits, and special mounts they get just for doing duties while existing as a tank. I figured, why continue being a second-class citizen when I could just main a job that the devs actually like? And I think this switching of roles is what gave me the patience to...
See these right here? See these orange circles? These orange circles are usually things that you want to stay out of, even as a tank. But guess what? Here's the thing. As a tank, you actually don't really have to. I know this because I've been stupid enough to stand in those fucking circles for way too long and literally have them try and push my shit in, and guess what? I just clench my butt cheeks and push it back out. That's it.
To keep playing for the majority of 6.0 to 6.5, but it wasn't enough. And unfortunately for the players, and very fortunately for me milking the hell out of this video's time duration, the Trinity system isn't the only thing showing a lack of effort from the devs. Perhaps one of the biggest so-called black pills in 14 is the slow removal of content over time. See,
Yes.
the whole idea behind having longer patch cycles and waiting longer for new content was that it would result in a better gaming experience. After all, what else are they doing with all that extra time? The answer may surprise you. Drum roll, please. They've added a grand total of exactly less content than you had in the 3-month patch cycle.
Yep.
You know, when I've had a long day of hard work and I just need some time to unwind with my favorite MMO of all time, I love to go sit in my comfy chair, log in, and do nothing. God, I love doing nothing. How do the devs expect us to do all this nothing they're making for us? Sarcasm aside, I do see people questioning the devs' thought process all the time. Like, what do they see as the motivation to keep casual players logging in?
Well, I want to read some of these. Not gonna lie, I've been salivating for a new Eureka-style experience more so than Boja. I still genuinely do not understand why they refuse to add either the relic grind, assuming this expansion will be grindy after the fucking flop Endwalker was, or the open field operation, or both, because they're probably tired in 7.1. No, let's wait until almost a year after the expansion releases to add any sort of long-term content for players that don't care about getting their balls crushed in PF. That's true. No, Endwalker wasn't a flop. They're talking about content outside of MSQ. They don't, because this game is so micromanaged, by spreadsheets that any deviation isn't possible. They are extremely rigid with the schedule and refuse to change it.
Is the motivation to keep
Right, I'm so tired of hearing, but point one is always like this. Bro, then the pattern needs to change. If you don't enjoy getting your balls crushed in PF, as you put it, then yeah, there hasn't been jack shit for a long time, and there won't be until the next year at best. Again, also true.
Casual players logging in when there's nothing new to do for months at a time. Don't fret, because I'm 90% sure I have the answer. They are hinging their bets on the role-playing community. I genuinely think
guaranteed, by the way,
is that enough people are going to reach enlightenment just by dressing up their cat girl and AFKing in Limsa Square with a dance emote.
Now, okay, hang on. Listen, okay, Lucy, we love you, but you have to admit, a bunch of cat girls and bunny girls in Limsa dancing around all the time. I mean, it's pretty awesome, right?
A paid dance emote, by the way. Because let's not forget that putting emotes in the cash shop is way more profitable than turning it into an event reward. God forbid we made actual content for the game.
Yes, true, by the way. Putting everything in the cash shop is absolutely fucking annoying. 1,000,000% annoying. They want you to look at this. $7 for an emote. They couldn't just put that as a fucking reward in a side mission that nobody cares about to actually give people a reason to go do that side quest. Instead, they expect you to pay $7 for it. Come on.
Just make product and sell it as quickly as possible, or the shareholder might lose his erection. Yeah, man, the game devs do a little uptime maximizing of their own, and their motto is ABC. Always be cock-sucking. But the sad part is, they keep doing it because it works. There is a significant part of the player base that couldn't give a shit about the actual game. They
That's
just
true.
use it as their ERP hub and keep their sub active so they can find out what happens at the end of the Rogan game thing they started last Wednesday.
Also true, by the way. That is a thing. I've never been to any of the roleplay servers, but from what I understand, there are actual nightclubs. No bullshit. There are actual nightclubs in Final Fantasy XIV. And if you are one of those people, yeah, there are roleplay servers. Not only are there roleplay servers, those are very different. So, again, you have nightlife, actual nightclubs and bars in said roleplay servers. And if you are one of those people who decide to put their entire account on the line and use certain programs to shall we say, mod FF14, which, by the way, is against terms of service, you can see some very, very creative clothing or lack thereof in said nightclubs and bars.
Sprinkle a little cash shop slut glam on top, and you have Yoshiki's dream player right there. And let it be known that I'm not sitting on roleplay. I've done a little cringe activity back in my Tumblr heyday, but I'll be damned if I let Yoshi P prioritize the role-playing scene over actual content. The fact that a lot of people defend the cash shop is another debate entirely. Misshapen Chair made a great video on that, so check that out in the pinned comment if you want to hear my controversial take. I'm not getting into it here, but even if you ignore the paid emotes, paid outfits, paid dyes, paid mounts, you get the idea. Then you'll have to wrestle with the fact that the game objectively has less content than ever before. Let me give a brief overview. First, we went from getting 2 new expert dungeons in a patch to only 1. Whatever.
Which sucks, by the way. Expert dungeons should be a lot of fun, and everybody, especially like post MSQ, okay? Everybody post MSQ, they look for new dungeons, new trials, new raids. So already in one of those 3 categories, we're cut down by half.
Small potatoes, right? Just walk it off. And then we lost our job quests and got role quests instead. A decently sized blow.
I'm gonna say something here, and this might actually be a little bit more controversial than what Lucy's saying in terms of the job quests and role quests. I don't think they had any fucking idea what they were doing with either of them. I really don't. I like the idea of both job quests and role quests. But job quests are only going to go so far, and in my opinion, should only serve up to a certain point as an introduction on how to use everything adequately as that job class. So, for instance, Dark Knight, one of my favorite jobs, and one that I most of the time main, the job quests are literally Batman Begins. No bullshit. It's literally Batman Begins. It's actually really fucking cool. Right? Problem is that they just kind of stop after a little bit. So now, as you're still constantly progressing and you're constantly doing all these things, great, except there are no more job quests to explain to you what you're doing, why you're doing these things with these new abilities, or anything like that. It just stops altogether, right? Role quests are something that they brought in when it came to Shadowbringers. They brought them in heavily. Problem is that there is so much in Shadowbringers that role quests are annoying. Incredibly annoying. To the point where all you want to do is just get through them as fast as fucking possible so that you never have to do them again. People don't care about role quests because they weren't implemented properly. And the same thing with job quests. They just weren't. So I can understand why, to an extent, they kind of stopped doing both of those, because at best, job quests were only done half-assed, and role quests felt like they were shoehorned in last minute, and nobody gave a shit about role quests until there was no other content that they could do, and then they would try and go back and do the role quests, but at that point it was already too late. So even if there was some decent content there, A, nobody gave a shit about it initially, and B, when it was actually time for people to go, oh, well, maybe this would be kind of cool, it didn't matter anyway.
Many people enjoyed them, and we would no longer be getting updates to the quests that embellish the job and class fantasy we were so drawn to in the first place. Were the role quests at least better written or longer? Not really, but...
Yeah, not it. I mean, some were, yes, but not not all that much.
I mean, there's so many jobs in the game. I guess it was too much to keep up with. And at least we still have our relic grind, right? Isn't that something we spend a lot of time having fun with in game?
Okay. Hang on. First off, I understand. I understand what she's talking about. Endwalker relic grind is nothing. Do 2 dungeons over and over and over again, and if you literally spend an entire day just doing exactly that, and you already have all your classes maxed to where they need to be in order to do the grind to begin with, at the end of one day, you'll have at least 3 classes taken care of for the relics. It's just that easy. There is really no grind. It's 2 dungeons. You can literally just partner up with a bunch of with the same people and just run it as fast as possible. And that's all you have to do. Having said that, on the other side of the coin, ARR was way too fucking convoluted. And the only reason why I went through and I got my ARR relic for Warrior is because that's actually a fucking badge of honor, specifically because when it comes to ARR relic grinds, it's like going through fucking Vietnam. And you came out the other side. And trust me, you are changed. There's no good medium.
Sorry, man. About those relics, yeah, those are just tomestones now. Yeah, you can just buy it by running the same 2 dungeons in Expert Roulette over and over again. Sorry. Is that disappointing? Don't worry, guys. We're working on new content. There's just so much other content we're developing. Can't you see? Look at how much content you have now! What are the new things we have? Well, we have Island Sanctuary, which turned out to be less like a farming simulator and more like a click and wait simulator. We also have Criterion Dungeons, which gave out less than stellar rewards. We also have new Extreme Trials. I mean, not really. They're just old Extreme Trials rebalanced for the current level cap, so we're just recycling old shit and putting mediocre rewards on it. But yeah, that's technically new. We're also getting seasonal events. Less and less, with each one taking less time than the one before it and offering increasingly worse rewards. And other than that, we have, hold on, let me just sit through my files here. We have, here it is. We finally put Hilda's hairstyle in the cash shop. What's that? Have we fixed the housing situation? Well, no, that's not. Yeah, you do have to stay sub to keep your house. Of course you do.
Yeah. How about the housing situation? My God. Itzy will be able to tell you. When Nia's around, she'll be able to tell you. Tia would be able to tell you. Nan, Soul, Niarthi, literally everybody in FF14 would be able to tell you housing is god-awful. Yeah, there's housing. Absolutely. My FC house, that's not something that's just given. That's something that had to be built. Okay. The FC house for my FC had to be built. And that was all taken care of by Niarthi. And yeah, I don't even want to know what Niarthi had to go through in order to get that spot. I really, really don't. Meanwhile, here comes World of Warcraft with a thing that basically said, oh yeah, are you playing your favorite MMO and you're really, really sad because you can't get yourself any sort of housing in it? Yeah, so here's the thing. We're going to make sure that literally everyone can go and get a house and not have to worry about it in World of Warcraft. And you want to know what the sad part is? I actually believe Blizzard is going to be able to pull it off and do it really well.
Are you looking forward to getting new outfits in the dungeons and crafted gear? Don't go too crazy with your expectations there. The vast majority are just recolors and dyeable versions of old stuff. Do the Era and Hrothgar at least have hats yet? Oh yeah, it has been years by now. Hey man, the devs need 4 months between patch cycles. What are you, a slave driver? The trend is clear. You, as the player, are getting less and less content while putting in the same exact money you did when they were giving you more. And there are people out there there who will tell you that wanting more is bad. That wanting more is asking for the game devs to be overworked and abused. Who are these mysterious individuals, the White Knights, who come to defend the billion-dollar company's honor? The legendary, the fabled, the ever-present great community, by the way. That's right. If all of that wasn't enough, Final Fantasy...
When I get a PC, I'll visit this so-called house and maybe join. Dude, honestly, like, I told Niarthi, I told Nan, I told Soul, Minu, I told literally everybody. I don't ever plan on getting a house in FF14. I don't. I plan on staying at the FC house. Now, there are certain things that you have to do, like you have to be a certain rank within your nation's army, and I think it's like you have to pay like 105,000 credits or something, like somewhere around there, like something stupid, right, to be able to get a room, but it's a one-time thing. I'm perfectly happy with just having my own room in my FC house with my FC mates. That's it. I don't want anything to do with housing, because housing is so fucked. It's not even funny.
Fantasy 14 is backed up by a community that defends it from criticism as if 14 is the project of a few poor, underfunded indie devs instead of Square Enix. The great community, by the way, gamer, follows a simple line of protocol. The DDD. Deny, dismiss, and downplay.
Like, let me put it this way, right? And I only know this in terms of housing because I had to go through it, and because I literally went through ARR to the end of Endwalker in 2.5 months. Okay? If you are somebody who is going to go and just do MSQ and do everything that you need to do to get from the start of the game to the end of the game, and maybe call it about maybe 40 to 45% of all the secondary quests throughout those expansions, you are going to be left with a grand total of, if you're lucky and you are playing, say, something like a tank or a DPS class, maybe 3 million gil. Which, by the way, sounds like a lot until you get to housing and you realize you have to pay 50 million plus gil for a plot of land. Do the math. Now what? There's a whole lot of zero content that you might be interested in post MSQ that you have to grind through in order to make that kind of money, just so you can not only make sure that you can afford it, but here's the real kicker: place a bid on the land. Because everybody else wants your piece of land too that you're looking at. So it goes to the highest bidder.
Can do? See if you can spot the different types as we go along. The most infamous part of these specimens is their constant criticism of, quote, elitism within the game. Of course, to them, elitism is when you're semi-competent at playing. Asking for harder normal content so you don't fall asleep in dailies. Elitism. Asking for job complexity. Elitism. Asking for healers to have more DPS options. Believe it or not, elitism. In their eyes, anything that doesn't cater to the lowest common denominator is for elitist scum. And you better believe that if you want to kick that healer from your party who's doing nothing but casting cure when you're already at full HP, you're just elitist, bro. You're not dead, so they're totes doing their job. How dare you ask for more from the player base? Stop being such an elitist, my guy. Not everyone wants to try hard by having a basic understanding of the game like you. They've done this since the dawn of the game, always hiding behind some corner, waiting for someone to make the grave error of asking for more difficulty or complexity. Then they jump out of the bushes to tell you that they know someone who's disabled, or someone who doesn't have a lot of time to play the games, or someone who only plays for the story. As if there aren't already solutions to every one of these problems. You suck at the game and don't want to burden anyone? Use trust. You're busy and you want to see just the story? Watch a playthrough of only the story parts. Dozens of those exist on this very platform.
That's true. However, there are things that are skipped. I will say that. So unless you know what you're looking for, and that's where gameplay comes in, you're still going to be missing a very, very, very big part of what's going on in the story. You can literally sit there and watch 13, 14-hour gameplay vids, and that's all well and fine, but unless that person knows what they're looking for, they're not going to go on to YouTube and bring up certain things. They just aren't. Right? Perfect example. You go through the coils of Bahamut. Right? You go through the coils of Bahamut in ARR. Great. Except you won't actually get what the hell is going on. Because you saw something once 70 hours ago. And you kind of go, oh, yeah, maybe there was just, I kind of remember something about that. I kind of get it, maybe, sort of. But then you don't know anything else, right? You don't know that they're trying to literally take 2.0 and they're trying to bridge the gap between what was the failure of 1.0 and 2.0, which is ARR, and they're trying to show you the full story. What the fuck is plot purchase via lottery? That's what I'm talking about, Bloop. You have to put in a bid. So if you have 20 million for a medium house, yeah, that's all well and fine. But you need to be able to buy the plot. So if that plot's 20 million, that's your base bid. That's what I'm talking about. So you don't have to have 20 million. You have to have the better part of 150 million. Because other people are bidding against you.
You're disabled but want to play with your friends? Why not try out Summoner, a very mobile job that can be played with one hotbar and controller. It's not that people don't want these accessibility options to exist, it's that they don't want that to become the entire game. Future Lucy adding to this point. I really hate the accessibility argument that people make to defend the devs, because while I was putting together this video, I literally found a thread with about 80 pages worth of people talking about how the new graphics hurt their eyes and makes the game unplayable. These people have gone completely ignored, with not even a mention from the devs. And considering how easy it would be to add some settings to get rid of the bloom and maybe lower the brightness, I really don't know how you could actually believe they care about accessibility. Okay.
And to be fair, I've experienced this, right? It's not unplayable, but there were definitely times in Trials and there were definitely times in Dungeons in Dawn Trail where there was so much that was happening on screen, regardless of how pretty it was hard to concentrate on what the hell I was supposed to do as a tank because my eyes were just being bombarded with different flashes, with different color, with literally anything and everything you could possibly imagine. It was just a constant barrage. And afterwards, I'm sitting there going, fuck, my eyes are tired.
Okay, back to the video, just felt that deserved mentioning. But in the eyes of the great community, by the way, this is toxicity. And asking for normal mode content to be anything more than a brain-dead slug is a sin.
Like here, I'm going to bring something up when I'm talking about the story. Let me do this really quick. Here. And actually, Sophia, I know you've never seen this. Are you ready for this? Okay, so, little bit of context. Final Fantasy XIV originally came out, and it was completely different from what we know even in the first expansion, A Realm Reborn. It really wasn't good. The mechanics weren't good. They had some good ideas, but they didn't know how to implement them and everything. And long story short, it really didn't do well. What they did with the first expansion, which is the only thing you can play now, so they call it 2.0 because 1.0 was the original, and they canceled 1.0 altogether. What they did with 2.0 is they explained what happened to this world. that brought it from 1.0 to 2.0. Okay? Which is really, really cool. But this is what I mean, is that if you just try and watch somebody do gameplay, you're going to miss stuff like this, because this is the final 11 minutes, and it's the end of Eorzea in 1.0, right? So you literally have the moon, and there is there's a creature known as Bahamut that is going to destroy the world. And they never explained it in 1.0. They never explained any of it. Now, I'm not going to sit here for the final 11 minutes, but what I am going to do is I'm going to bring you to when they shut the server down, and this video is probably one of the only videos left that actually fully explains how 2.0 came to be, other than the original Realm Reborn intro video. And even then, the intro video is a very abridged version of it. The servers at that point have literally just shut off. Everybody in 1.0 then gets this cutscene. And yes, this is how long it used to take everything to load back then, so we gotta bear with it. That was literally the end of 1.0. So when you start up, even if today you wanted to start up Final Fantasy 14, right? Everybody right here, if I can find it really quick again. Yeah. So everybody right here, I'm going to mute this really quick, okay? All these characters that are being, like, zapped out, right? This guy right here, this is the main character of Final Fantasy XIV. This is the Warrior of Light. So he's literally in the intro video for every single expansion. He is the default character. He's what you start off with before you create your own character, right? So he represents the player. Essentially what it is every single one of those people, including the Warrior of Light, get zapped out and then end up on the same planet years later with no memory of what has taken place in this period of time. They have no idea who they are. They have no idea why they were spared. They only know that there was this massive cataclysm, and that's it. And through A Realm Reborn, you figure all this out. But you have to have this for context to understand that literally this is you, the player, coming back after X amount of years and the world has already been destroyed once. So if you're just somebody who's coming in for the first time and you don't know about all of this, this is a massive, massive, massive part of the lore that you're never going to get. Which is why, to an extent, I agree with Lucy, but it's not quite there. Because that's something that's easily overlooked.
But they defend much more than the gameplay. They're also ride or die for the story, no matter how low it's fallen. Let's take Dawn Trail, for example. Twitter in particular was the Wook Lamont Defense Squad.
No.
Any criticism of her writing would get you called a plethora of insults. Illiterate, brain-rotted by TikTok, and edgelord. I'm pretty sure they just started pulling shit out of a hat at some point. There were even people straight up calling the story brilliant and...
Wait, hang on. What was that first one? Emerging from my MSQ bubble to see folks complaining about it, and I'm really shocked, to be honest. Dawn Trail is brilliant in its narrative, and pacing does a wonderful job of resetting the stakes on a personal scale. Not every challenge has to be universe-ending, live in the moment. Again, completely understood and agree with not every challenge has to be universe-ending. However, the characters have to actually be something that you enjoy. And they kind of have to give us something a little more than Wook Lamont sitting there and going, I don't understand what's going on. Maybe we should go and talk to everybody. And then you go and talk to everybody, and then Wook Lamont makes a decision, and maybe there's a fight, and she goes, okay, that was good. Let's get going. And then you go to the next area, and you do the exact same thing for 30 hours. Because that's what happened in Dawn Trail. I get some people really don't like reading versus voiced stuff as much, but genuinely Dawn Trail had some of the best general writing of the game. Bullshit. Like this one was juicy expansion for lore, some of the best world building I've seen anywhere. I get that it's tedious, but it's good. What? No. You want something that's tedious but really good, you do A Realm Reborn. A Realm Reborn was meaty as fuck. Dawn Trail had nothing.
some of the best writing in the game. If you don't like it, you don't have an attention span.
Seeing people say Dawn Trail is a visual novel, 14 fans are never beating the 2-minute attention span allegations. Yeah, because we don't like doing nothing. We'd like to do something.
You're just a selfish brat who can't stand when the spotlight isn't on you. You're just a bigot. You hate women. You're a negative.
Oh, yeah, wait a minute.
The best writing in the game. If you don't like it, you don't have an attention span. You're just a selfish brat who can't stand when the spotlight isn't on you. You're just a...
Wooklamot is our bigotry filter. You can tell by some of the replies. Some folk don't like her within reason and are cool and kind dudes. The other ones, though, well, they are just what you expected. Transphobic and spiteful. And by the way, the reason why they're saying that there are some people that are transphobic and spiteful is because, unfortunately, yes, there were people who absolutely are transphobic because the voice actor for Wooklamot is trans. But it doesn't matter because Wooklamot's a woman, so those people's opinions don't matter. But the fact that they're calling Wooklamot a bigotry filter, in my opinion, is also incredibly stupid, mostly because Wooklamot is not a bigotry filter. Wooklamot is just a fucking idiot. Throughout literally all of Dawn Trail, Wooklamot is just an idiot. There's nothing really redeeming about her. But the problem is that if you are one of those people like me who have a middle-of-the-road take when it comes to stuff like this, going, well, you know, the character itself is not good, but I also don't have any issue with the voice actor whatsoever being trans. In fact, I think it's kind of cool, you know. And then the voice actor comes out of nowhere and goes, oh, well, you don't like my shit? That just means that you're a bigot, and that means that you're transphobic. And then loses their fucking mind for 3.5 months. Your take kind of gets lost in the ether. How you doing, Crit?
A bigot. You hate women. You're a negative Nancy who hates happiness. And if you're right and the story is mid and the quality is down, don't worry. They're just world building right now. It's impossible to make a good story in a new world, right?
No,
Let's ignore
wrong.
The fact that they literally did that with Shadowbringers.
Yep.
Let's make excuses for the writing team. Guys, have some sympathy. It's really hard to sell books too, because all of them are required to world build for 400 pages before they make things interesting. That's why there's no such thing as a booming bookstore industry selling novels that only have one volume. This community made me feel genuinely gaslit about my experience with Dawn Trail. It wasn't just 1 or 2 people jumping to the game's defense, it was thousands. But if I had to summarize my thoughts on the story after giving it time, letting it sink in, and coming back to it with a clear head, it still felt like an insult to the player's intelligence, as if it
I understand what she means by saying it feels like an insult to the player's intelligence. I really, really do. And I don't necessarily disagree with that. However, what I would say is that it's a little bit more nuanced than that, in the sense that, yes, they are doing world building, and I think that that is a valid criticism to an extent. However, like she has already said, they did exactly that in Shadowbringers, but Shadowbringers was part of an ongoing story. So introducing a new element, although massive and takes time to introduce, was already part of a story that was still ongoing, so they had a much easier time. Whereas with Dawn Trail is essentially ARR 2.0. Because this is a new part of the world, it's starting a brand new storyline. Endwalker is the end of a decade-long story, and we know this. It's already been confirmed by Yoshi P, and it's been confirmed by everybody else. That's it. Realm Reborn, Heaven's Ward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and Endwalker are literally all one story. Dawn Trail is the start of a new story. But having said that, there should have been a hell of a lot more to do in Dawn Trail, because even if you go back and you compare Dawn Trail to ARR had a hell of a lot more to actually do instead of just sit there and talk to everybody.
It was asking you to forget every lesson you learned in each expansion up until that point and throw it all away, because this time the happy and wholesome character will get exactly what they want with no real long-lasting consequences thrown their way. It was so antithetical to the worlds of Heavensward and Stormblood and Shadowbringers to the point that I could not reconcile them. It legitimately killed my interest in the story. I'll pause my thoughts on Dawn Trail there, because this is more so about the toxic positivity the community throws at it, and other creators have already done a great job breaking it down, particularly Zepla's video, which I highly encourage you to check out if the topic interests you. Her thoughts almost perfectly echo mine, so just imagine Zepla saying it in a much whinier, annoying, and high-pitched voice, and then it's almost like you're still listening to a Lucy Pyre video. Does it end here? Do they at least know when to call it quits? Sure, they blow smoke up the gameplay and the story's ass, but surely they wouldn't defend something serious like, I don't know, a huge gaping security flaw? Nope. And strap in, because 14 players still stand in the way of the game's progress, even when it makes zero sense to do so. And I can prove it. They had one of their absolute greatest hits about 7 months ago, back when the devs rolled out their new blacklist system. For those of you who don't know, there's been some recent drama regarding data exploits, and without going into the nitty-gritty, here's what that means. Stalking you on your alts just became easy as hell for bad actors. Some absolute prophet known as Fori Mannery Sinar.
Okay, hang on. Let me go back so we can read this. We were all happy about the new blacklisting system that blocks entire account rather than just one character. However, this feature came with one issue. Every character now has a unique account ID attached to it. This ID is unique per service account and stays the same across all your alts on the same service account. So if people know where to find that account ID, essentially what they're saying is, if you blacklist somebody because they're stalking you, or because they're just an asshole, or because they're trying to do serious damage, or they're threatening you, or they're harassing you, or whatever, all that person needs is your account ID. And then if you decide, okay, well, fuck this, I'm going to go on an alt and I'm going to play, it doesn't matter, because your account ID is the same on every single character. Mega oof.
Hallowed be thy name. Tried to warn the community at large about this, but they hated the Messiah because he told the truth. I know! Anyways, it's still miles and leagues better than the previous system where you couldn't get away from people even if you wanted to. They're blacklisted anyway, so what's it matter? It's no different from them having your loads down. People have been tracking other players for years. I'm sure my stalkers love watching me AFK and old Daw for 96 hours. Well, hardly ideal. The people who would benefit from this the most are getting blacklisted anyway.
Okay. Let's put this into context, right? Let's put this into the context of 3 days ago when Emiru, Cinna, and Valkyrae were stalked by a guy who talked to them for a moment, seemed really nice, took a picture with them, left, changed clothing, came back, asked Emiru for her number. She said no, proceeded to follow them, and then when they told him to get away, literally smashed a trash can while security was standing right next to him after they already called for help, and tried to lunge at them and said, "I'll kill you right now." But this isn't a problem, right?
If you're getting into situations where you're worried about people spreading slander about your alt accounts, even after you blacklisted them, you need to really touch grass and reevaluate your relationship with online games. This thread, for as important as the information within it turned out to be, only got 10 upvotes. Artwork of someone's borderline naked cat girl gets 100 times more. And the comments within the actual thread, all different ways of saying, no one gives a fuck, or it's not a problem anyway, or yeah, it's a problem, but you're just being paranoid if you think people will actually stalk you. Comments filled with misinformation and people who have no clue what they're talking about. All things they said with confidence and upvotes before an actual stalking plugin was created and distributed publicly to players.
Yep.
Forcing everyone to pay attention to the very real issue Square Enix had created. If you've never been in a situation where you had to worry about your privacy in the online game that you use to unwind and relax, then congratulations. I envy you. But I am asking you to exercise a shred, a fucking modicum of empathy when I tell you that there are awful, terrible people out there who stalk and harass and threaten over the most irrelevant shit you can think of.
And here's something I'm going to do. I'm also going to parrot something that Hassan, for those of you who don't know Hassan, he typically is in the limelight as being one of the biggest Twitch streamers on the platform, but also a political Twitch streamer and so on and yada yada yada. Okay. But I know this to be true, and that's the only reason why I'm parroting what he said as of yesterday. Anybody who is a streamer, classifies themselves as a streamer, has had to deal with a stalker, myself included. So this is kind of a big thing when it comes to Final Fantasy XIV, because this is literally just giving people fucking ammunition.
Undercutting on the market board, leaving a free company, having a bad day in Party Finder, rejecting someone who asked them to be their RuneScape girlfriend. All of these things have been reasons for stalking in-game. So I just want you to put yourself in their shoes for a moment. What if every time you wanted to have fun with your favorite game, someone came up to you and started giving you shit? What if no matter how many times you blocked them, they'd always have a new alt to troll you with? What if they somehow knew where you were in-game all the time? Wouldn't you just want some privacy? Wouldn't you appreciate having a little bit of your anonymity back? If you can't understand why it's a problem, I can only assume one of two things. One, you're naive as hell, and you think evil people don't exist.
Yep.
Or two, you're a complete asshole who doesn't care about others, and you're arrogant enough to think it could never happen to you. Well, for your sake, I hope you're right, because Square Enix has responded to the situation, and their response was, and I practically quote, please don't make plugins to stalk our users. That is very mean.
Yep, it's true.
We will sue. Future Lucy back again to let you know they have addressed this issue again in the latest live letter, but it's still unclear if they have an actual plan to fix it or if they're just reminding us that they know about it. At the very least, they don't seem to be in a rush to patch this out, so the point still stands. No fix for the exploit, no rushing to solve their security flaws, nothing that would actually solve the problem permanently. Because even though the plugin is no longer being distributed, they can't delete it from the people who already downloaded it. They can't stop people from making new copies. And hell, even if they magically could, the security is so bad that all you need is fucking Wireshark to figure out what you need to know. So no, their response is not enough. It's a joke. And it shows zero consideration for the people playing their game. I hate that this community dismisses real concerns until they're impossible to ignore. I hate that the person who whistleblowed this on Reddit was treated like a paranoid idiot. I hate that people defended the devs when they were objectively, factually undeserving of that defense.
And not to mention, again, the problem is, it doesn't matter whether you are a small-time or a big-time content creator or streamer. I guarantee 99% of us have dealt with a stalker, and it's not something that we talk about it because we don't like bringing it up, and because we don't typically want to bring that kind of negativity to a stream or to a video. But Trust me, we've all dealt with it. We have. Again, myself included. We've all dealt with it. Now, imagine being somebody who's not in the limelight and having to deal with that same kind of thing. I have videos to back me up. I can sit there and I can call the police, right? I can sit there and call the police and do whatever I need to do in order to show that there is harassment that is being thrown my way. Imagine being someone, literally anyone, could be a guy, could be a woman, doesn't matter. Predominantly it happens to women, right? Imagine being a woman who doesn't know what Twitch is, who doesn't really want anything to do with any sort of online community, might have Facebook, right? Might have all this stuff, but it's nothing out of the ordinary for most people nowadays, and now they're being stalked. Now they're being sexually harassed, or it gets even worse, and that stalker finally is able to see them in person. Now what? So, you see the problem?
I hate how they are always standing in the way of this game's progress, as if 14 is this fragile being made of glass that will shatter if any criticism brushes its surface. But you know what? If 14 can't withstand criticism of a literal security flaw, then I don't think it deserves our money in the first place. We as a community need to be better. We deserve better. And we should be asking for better. Stop cutting yourself, grow some balls, and quit paying them the sub money that they're just gonna use to bend over and fuck your cat girl wife with. Demand security, because it's the bare minimum you deserve. This game is never, and I do mean never, going to improve as long as the player base is happy to consume whatever slop the devs dish out. Thankfully, the sheer number of people talking about the decline of this game and the dwindling sub numbers gives me hope that the tides are finally shifting, that players are starting to wake up to the problem that's been staring them in the face for so long, and that problem is this. Many of us sense no love or passion from the game devs. And sure, maybe we're looking in the wrong places. Maybe there are nuggets of careful thought and planning somewhere in the overarching scheme of things. But do we see it in the outdated character creation? Do we see it in the writing? Do we see it in the job design? The answer may shock you, but no. They're giving us the same old content cycle we've had since A Realm Reborn. New expert dungeon, new extreme trial, new 24-man raid, new 8-man raid, go try hard savage, go try hard the shiny new ultimate, with very little mid-core content to feed those in between. Or even casual content in Dawntrail's case. The gear farm is the same as ever, and as stingy as ever, not allowing you to try new jobs in in-game without investing your limited resources into it. Fuck with the way tomes are done in this game. I feel like Final Fantasy XIV is a gacha game, and I just hit my Battle Pass weekly XP limit. Why the hell am I paying a monthly subscription for a free-to-play experience? If the devs want us to be able to play every job on one character, then why can't they put their money where their mouth is and fix the gear problem? The game devs are playing a type of gay chicken with all of us. Yeah, I said it. Just instead of making homoerotic eye contact, they're trying to see how little they can give before you finally break away. And can you blame them? Why would you try new things if people are paying for the old? Why work harder when you can make up the missing sub money in cash shop sales? Why give a shit when the shareholder has lined pockets and fat stomachs? When Square Enix takes the money this game makes and shuffles it into other, less successful projects. And in that same vein, I feel terrible on the behalf of the devs who do put in effort, only to not be rewarded for it, only to have the profits they made siphoned into projects that have nothing to do with them. That would be demotivating for anyone, and Square Enix needs to do better by them as well. The devs of this game can be better because they have been better. This is a verifiable fact. They have made fun and engaging jobs in the past. They have made challenging content. They have added events that give cosmetics instead of shuffling them into their cash shop. They can do it again, but they won't unless the numbers speak. They won't unless
the tools in charge,
starts knocking on their front door or back door. I'm not sure which position Japanese game devs prefer. At least at Blizzard, I heard they like doing it with milk or something. Whatever, the point is, with all of the doom posting about sub numbers and game dissatisfaction going around, I want to encourage you to do just one thing. thing. Don't pity the devs. Don't pity Yoshi P. Don't feel bad that the game is declining, or that sub numbers are dwindling, or that most people who talk about the game only have negative things to say these days. Don't sink into paranoia that the game is going to die if you criticize it, because the irony is that if you don't, it probably fucking will. Join them, add to the voices speaking out, and then maybe, just maybe, Final Fantasy XIV will go back to being a game worth making videos about.
I
worth
agree.
Playing, worth investing time into, and absolutely worth making sexy fanboy alts to ERP with. Yeah, I do want this game to struggle. I want people to speak up loud and clear about the problems they have with it. I want to see the consequences of years worth of bad decisions pile up on the devs, and I want them to feel the full weight of it on their shoulders, not because I'm a WoW Andy who jumps shit, not because I'm a shitster who loves to see people suffer, but because I'm a proud f***ing 14 player, and I refuse to stand for what my game has shit the bed and fallen into. If a period of low numbers in sales is what we need to get back on track, then I welcome it with open arms. I want to see these capable game devs wipe the dirt off, roll their sleeves up, and get back to cooking some real gamer shit. In conclusion, f*** Mikodes, get money by canceling your sub. This video has been a long time coming. It took me a while to write because I couldn't organize my thoughts or figure out exactly what deserved to be said and what was just rambling. I'm pretty sure I still rambled, but you'll have to forgive me for that on the account of I'm a woman and that's what I do best by nature. There are a lot of emotions and feelings intertwined with what I hope are valid points to be made about the game, so it took me a while to make this script coherent. I have no clue how many people who watch me care about 14 these days, but this is something that's been lingering in my subconscious for over a year now. Now that it's finally out of my head, I feel a lot better, and I hope it helps everyone understand where my mind is at in terms of the game right now and making content for it. There's probably stuff I'm missing or forgot to mention, but since this will probably be my longest script to date, forgive me if I forgot to mention whatever Yoshi P's aunt's uncle's dog's cousin is up to lately. Besides, that's what the comment section is for. Please share your thoughts if you have any, because I genuinely want to hear them. And for those of you who are bigger fans of me, thank you very much. Thank you for your endless reserves of patience and your kindness and waiting for me to finally get my together enough to make this. And a shout out to all of you who still have a YouTube membership to me, even though I haven't been feeding you very well at all. And finally, a special thanks to my patrons, especially those of you at the highest tier. Flying Ogre, Arbiter of Ash, Chris, Six, County, Ducky, Eat This Brick, Ghost JB, Iron Fist, Jake, JCD, Joe Jetta, J Ryder, Lamelda, Mobius, Necromancer, Nova A, Papa November, Pocket Perini, Reposit, Morbius, Gamers Remnant, Shoehorn, Sync Beast, Steve, Struckified, Noob Swordman DS, Prodigal Son, Thrandir, Zarsoth, and Zedekiah. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to finish this script. You're the reason for me sharing my opinions with the internet instead of a therapist, which is to say, you keep me mentally ill. Thank you for that. See you next video, which is hopefully not in another 6 or something months. Also, I was a skinwalker the entire time. Thank you very much to my friend Wolfie for consuming my bunny boy's flesh and getting the gameplay footage for me. Okay, now bye.
I have a weird pastime. What do you mean I have a weird pastime? Here, this is the video link. Please, please, please go like the video. Lucy Pyre's awesome. She does some really, really, really good stuff, and I'm glad somebody finally came out and said it, because it really did need to be said. Yeah. There are some things that I don't agree with completely, but generally speaking, I agree with damn near almost everything she said. And it's really hard not to. So, yeah. Please go like the video. She brought up some really, really, really good points. So, yeah, please go like the video. And if you like Lucy Pyre in general, make sure that you're subscribed to her, because again, she deserves it. She's awesome. But yeah, that is it for the reaction stuff for today. I want to get back into Pirate Yakuza. I really do. But I thought it was important. And also, that's kind of one of the reasons why I haven't done a whole hell of a lot of FF14 recently, is because there's a whole lot of nothing to do. You know, I know that there are a lot of hardcore fans, Tia being one of them, that really, really, really loves to do all sorts of things. She's one of those people that, okay, hey, you know, if you know, if I'm done with one job, I'm going to turn around and do it on another job and so on. And I'm going to do all of the things. Great. And honestly, awesome for Tia. And I'm really, really glad that it's gotten to the point where she can do that and keep herself busy. Me, on the other hand, being a content creator and a streamer, I got to go where the content is. And if there's no content to be had and it's just me sitting there and doing the same goddamn dungeon for 11 hours just so I can get a shiny new pixel sword, unfortunately, that also means that there's really no content there. You know what I mean? It sucks, but it's the truth. I want to go back and I want to do the raids and I want to do the new dungeons and all that stuff, but I got to take a break. And it's not because I want to, by the way. It's just because I have to wait for content to actually be there. Oh, Goro's got a present. Thank you, Goro. Get to know the chef better. Snap those sickos again. I don't know what that is. Man of Bronze, that's a living statue. Talk to Ina. Come on. There we go. It's just there's only so much stuff you can do, right? And that's kind of the problem. I loved showing you guys for 2.5 months the story of Final Fantasy XIV. And honestly, it's one of the best video games I've ever played. Ever. But unfortunately, that's also only going to go so far when there's no more content to be had. That cosplayer girl, Ina-chan, was it? She should be around here somewhere. Would you please stop bothering me? Huh? Look at that, Ina-chan herself. Damn, you're cute. Check out your photos all the time. Come on, let's take a selfie together, yeah? A lot of the treasures inside the city are at grapple locations. Good to know. So, do you have a boyfriend? Which one of us is more your type? Do you mind? I'm trying to find a place to eat. What's your deal? You think you're too good for us, huh? Fine, then just do that thing you always do. You know, the mwah, too cute for words thing. Don't get all high and mighty with us. We know you're always cozying up to guys. That's just your imaginary version of me. I don't cozy up to anyone. Alright, fellas, how about calling it quits for today? Huh? Who the hell are you? Just a man passing through. Stop hassling her, would you? Keep moving, buddy. We're enjoying ourselves, and I'm sure she is too, right? I most certainly am not. Well, would you look at that? She's not. So why don't you losers take a hint and scram before I make you? Who are you calling losers? You want to fight, asshole? Let's knock this old timer out. Yeah! That went well, I think. Ugh. Just who the hell is this guy? Still want to go? No. We're done. Huh. These fools ain't even worth the effort. Thank you so much. I didn't mean to cause so much trouble. Think nothing of it. It's them fellas who are in the wrong, not you. Still, I'd like to make it up to you somehow. How about I buy you a drink? It's the least I can do. You know what? I can do with a drink. All right, I'll gladly accept your offer. So, Ina-chan, you're a cosplayer, huh? That's right. Do you know what a cosplayer is? Not until recently. Heard some folk dress up as their favorite anime characters. Is it something lots of people do? Oh yes. It's not just popular, it's become a culture in its own right. People all over the world enjoy cosplay. So it's a popular pastime worldwide, and you're one of the top cosplayers, right? That's real impressive. It wasn't easy, trust me. I started off as just another girl who liked cosplay. All your hard work paid off then. Gotta hand it to you. Judging by how that producer was hitting on you earlier, you're more like a celebrity. Unfortunately, cosplay can be expensive. It's tough to make a living without the right kind of popularity and influence. So I'm really grateful for where I am now, able to make a career out of it. But lately I've had to deal with some difficulties that come with this lifestyle as well. Oh yeah? Unfortunately, I guess you could call it the price of fame. People see me as all cutesy and flirty, even though that's not who I really am. People post all kinds of terrible things about me on social media and make up the most outrageous lies. Lies? Like what? Like calling me a seductress who's always flirting with men, or saying I only work by sleeping with the producers. Well, that's a load of crap. You're not doing any of that, right? Just stand up for yourself. Even if I try to set things straight, those people won't listen. And if I argue back, they just come at me harder. Wow, kind of as if we were literally just talking about this in Lucy Pyre's video. Maybe the harassment is just part of being famous? I suppose I just have to accept it. Better to be talked about than not at all, right? All I want is to enjoy cosplaying and have fun with the fans who support me. Is that too much to ask? I get ya. Sounds like a tough situation to be in. What would you do, Majima-san, if you were famous and people started spreading lies about you online? Good question. I'll knock every single one of those punks out. Knock them out? Damn right. If they've got the nerve to say it to my face, that's one thing. The cowards who hide behind a screen are just worthless trash. If someone throws a fight my way, I'm all in. Whether face-to-face or online, it's all the same to me. I'd track him down, drag him out, chase him around, and beat him to a pulp. Isn't that a bit extreme? Words can cut as deep as any blade. If a beatdown's all it takes to settle things, seems fair to me. I see. That actually makes sense when you put it like that. If you're gonna badmouth someone, you better understand the risks and be prepared to face the consequences of your actions. You can say whatever you want, but you need to take responsibility for it. Don't start a fight you ain't got the guts to finish. That's how I see it. I understand. Sounds like you have a lot of experience with this, Majima-san. You think so? But enough about me. What kind of work do you do? Oh, me? Actually, my memory's kind of fuzzy at the moment. The past's a bit of a blur, but right now I'm a pirate ship captain. Pirate? Think I'm pulling your leg? No, I believe you. It's pretty easy to imagine, actually. Being part of a pirate crew sounds like fun. If you're interested, you'd be welcome anytime. Though, with your busy schedule, you might not have much time for a life on the high seas. And that skeevy producer wanted you for another job, right? Yeah, but I turned him down. I wonder if he's upset with me. Not into those drinking parties much, are you? It's not that, it's just... When I went to one with some of the guys from work, a tabloid took pictures and spread spurious rumors about me in their article. Because of those lies, I try to avoid drinking with men as much as I can. And that producer is notorious in the industry for taking advantage of women, so... Gotcha. You're pretty good at managing risks. Real smart of you.
But being so careful has made it hard for me to open up to people, and I haven't made any friends lately. Maybe I should try to be more relaxed and join in and not worry so much.
Yeah, if you keep your guard up, others will follow your lead. As long as you stay cautious, you might not get close to anyone.
That's true. The producer probably thinks I'm stuck up and refuse simply to be difficult, which is annoying. I'm not what the producer thinks I am, but I don't want to be someone I'm not either, flirting and flattering to get ahead. Yes? Oh, that thing. Yeah, uh-huh. Oh, a girls' night? That does sound like fun. I think I might give it a go. Alright then, see you soon. Thanks.
Who was that?
It was a girl I met at the shoot earlier. Since the after-party was canceled, she invited me to a girls' night out.
A girls' night, eh? Could be fun. You going?
Yeah, and that way the tabloids won't have much to gossip about if they catch me there. Plus, I actually had a lot of fun today for the first time in a long while.
Oh yeah?
Just talking to someone. It's been ages since I made friends with anyone. I remember now how fun it is to talk to people without any barriers between us. I want to chat with more people and make new friends. So I'm going to try my best to enjoy this girls' night out. I've been keeping my distance from those girls, but I sincerely hope we can become friends.
So that friend you mentioned earlier, you're talking about me, ain't you?
That's right. I hope it's okay to call you my friend. It's been such a long time since I made any.
Oh, sure it is. I hope you make even more at the party later.
Thanks. I think we're meeting up at this place called Polaris. I should get going. Thanks for today. I'll see you later.
No problem. Being popular has its challenges. There's a lot you have to give up to stay in the spotlight. Damn it, I forgot to ask her about Masaru's party. Maybe I still got time. Wonder if I can still make it. She mentioned going to Polaris. Better go after her. I like how he's just like, wow, yeah, wow, she's really fucking nice, and then just completely forgets what he was there to do. Oh shit, they got Dragon Card in here? Oh fuck. Dragon Card is back, boys. What was that? Oh, talk to Kaho. Yeah, I still gotta do that too. Shit. Alright, well. Since we gotta talk to Kaho anyway. Yes, more Dragon Cart. Fuck yeah.
この辺り、お宝の匂いがする。
Fuck yes. Oh, that's good.
Huh? Wait, what? That is Kaho-chan. But that ain't the most Minato way of speaking.
This whip's pretty nice too. So many different styles and textures, so many flavors of pain.
Oh god. Hey, Kaho-chan. Remember me? So weird meeting you here.
Fucking heavenly. Huh?
That is a fair reaction.
So, you saw all that, huh, Majima-san? when I was...
Yeah, kinda hard to miss if I'm being frank.
Right. I guess I'm not the most subtle. Well, that's no good.
What are you doing here anyway?
I have a secret. I'm nasty.
Oh shit, she just, wow. I think you're nice enough.
No, I mean I'm a dirty, dirty girl.
Oh. Kaho. Could you clarify a little?
I'm saying
It ruined this.
I'm into some real kinky shit.
Huh?
What? Does that disgust you? Can't someone be smart and a little slutty? Not that I need anyone's approval.
Hey, now, hold your horses. I got no problem with what you do in your free time. Still, you gotta admit, this ain't the same you I met back at the hotel. What was it that caught your eye in the first place?
Well, all of it really. To tell you the truth, I'm super interested in sex toys and sexual health in general. Plus, I get a kick out of going to sex shops in my free time. Makes me feel naughty.
Uh-huh.
Adult stores here have all kinds of crazy toys, outfits, and contraptions you couldn't find anywhere back in Japan. I was like a kid in a candy store the first time I went into browse. But I guess that's not the most appropriate metaphor here, is it?
That laugh ain't making this any less awkward.
But there it is, I guess. The face behind the mask of refinement, naked for all the world to see. Laugh if you want, but you won't get a rise out of me.
I mean, there's nothing to laugh about. You got no reason at all to be ashamed.
You think so?
Everybody's got their yucks and yums. Even when your main passion is some Joe Schmo's yuck, that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with it. I think your dedication is kind of reassuring, in fact.
Reassuring? I have a hard time believing that.
Nah, I'm serious. Based on what I'd been hearing, people were making you out to be some paragon of moral purity. Seems like you took that persona and ran with it. I definitely bought your performance, but now, respectfully, I think you're just like us pirates.
Just like you pirates? That's an unconventional compliment, but I'll take it. I never had such an open conversation about this side of myself. Maybe I wouldn't have to hide it if people were more like you, Majima-san.
You think so?
I mean, I'm supposed to be this go-getting career woman, an example of the cultural expectations set by the upper echelons of society. If I was to shatter that perception of me, the people who have supported me until now could see it as a betrayal. And so I lock it away, keep my true self bound and hidden, so to speak. Except for our little accidental rendezvous, of course.
Well, doesn't it hurt having to wear that mask?
It does. I can't be authentic with anybody. But beyond that, I have a duty to uphold, that I can't stray from this cultured persona or I risk disappointing my audience.
Must be terrifying when that gets let out after all that, right?
They want to envision me in some purity fantasy. Nobody wants to see me fly my freak flag.
Oh, dear God. Okay, well, we are just... Shame about that, but I think I get the full picture now. But if I'm hearing you right, you're really saying that your passion for eroticism doesn't count as culture.
Huh?
Well, I mean, you said cultured people can't be into that stuff, which means you think there's no dignity in it, right? But that doesn't ring true to me. There's a whole world of people out there who are into the same stuff you're into, right? Takes all types. Plus, eroticism's had a huge influence in the arts since the dawn of time. If that ain't culture, then I don't know what is.
Oh, when you put it that way.
So, in the interest of being worldly, I think you should go big and just embrace sex work as an important part of society.
Sex work is a culture.
Of course. That's easier said than done. An outsider like me ain't gonna understand the finer details. But why go on suffering under this lie for the sake of keeping strangers comfortable?
Hey, you're Kao-san, aren't you? That social commentator who's always on the TV. Huh? I am, yes. Is there something you need? I'm in the middle of a private conversation. You were just staring in the window of that sleazy smut shop, weren't you? What? No way! Famed TV star and woman of culture Kao-san bumming around a porno shack? Oh, how terrible! My image of you is forever tainted. You made me ashamed to have considered myself a fan. Pretty scandalous stuff. If the public sees this picture, you're done for, lady. Oh, poor Kao-san. Why don't we delete the evidence for you? We'll be charging a service fee, of course. We could use a little more cash to splash around while we're here on vacation. Cough it up, little Miss Deviant. $50,000 should do nicely. I know you've got that kind of cash. You can't seriously be giving us a silent treatment. Look, can you pay up or not? I don't have to pay you a damn thing. Don't you care who sees these photos? This could destroy your reputation just like that. Who gives a shit? I'm sick of pretending to care about other people's rigid ideas of dignity and intellect. I'm going to dedicate myself to demystifying sex work and to speaking up for the people who make that industry their livelihood. Get a load of the new Kaho. You'd actually be helping me out by spreading the word around. You're one audacious little bitch trying to turn the tables on me. I've always hated sophisticated types who act all high and mighty. I'm gonna fuck you up. And that's my cue. You should probably stand back. Not so fast, guy. I'm more than prepared to dole out a little punishment. Oh, shit. Glad we got the same psychic memo then. All right, let's thwack these bozos. Hell yeah. Guess we know who will rock the sex toys in a fight in this one. That is true. Ah! Oh god, my ribs! You act like a fool like this again, and we'll pay you back in triplicate. Right! Please forgive me! Huh. Yet another garden variety asshole. You doing alright there? Totally fine. In this day and age, everyone should know at least a little self-defense. Consider me impressed. Tell you what though, you look like a whole weight's been lifted off your shoulders. Feeling that paradigm shift? I am. If I hadn't been there, if it hadn't been for you, I would have kept making that same mistake. Mistake? Well, sure. What kind of person claims to be erudite but won't openly gush about their interests? All that time wasted worrying about the way I was being perceived, I almost lost sight of what really matters to me. No more pretending to be all self-effacing. I'm ready to be my intellectual, horny, authentic self. I'm going to actually study sexual health so I can speak on its importance and contribute to its development as a more accepted part of culture. Now that's more like it. I won't lie, plenty of people aren't gonna have anything nice to say about you. You'll have your share of struggles for sure. But I just know there will be others who are really gonna resonate with the work you do. I got high hopes for you. If anyone can do it, it's you. No doubt about that. Thanks. That means a lot to me. Here's my contact info. If there's anything I can do to repay the favor, please call me. If it's for you, I'll come running. Speaking of, you mentioned something about a party for a friend of yours, right? Dang. Yeah, that's where this all started. I'll iron out a few details with him first, but once I've got things on lock, I'll let you know. I look forward to seeing you again. Oh, I know. Could we take a selfie together? To commemorate my first steps as the real me. Sure, why not?
Hi, cheese.
Yay! Okay, ready? Say cheese. I'm gonna be honest, I did not expect Kaho to be that way. Not because there's anything wrong with Kaho being like that, I just didn't expect them to go that far. That's all. Is that what we call a plot twist? Yes. Managed to become Kaho's friend. Ain't every day a cultured woman like her is into, sexy stuff. There's more to these Minato girls than I realized. You go, girl, and wave your freak flag high. Yeah! Fuck yeah, she absolutely should. I just didn't realize the game was gonna take it that far, but that's, like... Fuck yeah, Kaho. Right. If I'm gonna hold that party, I'll have to get to know all them Minato girls. 4 girls left. Let's keep going. Ah, here we go. Place pin. Yes. Ready, go. So this is that Polaris joint where Ina's meeting the girls for a ladies-only shindig. You know, I heard Ina-chan is coming to this party. Oh, sorry, this is another dude. You know, I heard Ina-chan's coming to this party. Huh? What? For real? I'm a huge fan, but I heard she avoids parties like these, no? Looks like the producer sorted it out. That guy doesn't fuck around when he wants someone. Oh, boy. Oh, they got exams in this too? Fuck yes. Man, that's messed up, but I guess you need to be ruthless to get ahead in this industry. So the producer tricked her, you son of a bitch. Now I'm worried about Ina-chan. Better get myself into Polaris. Damn it! Pardon me, are you on the guest list? Huh? Hell no. We're hosting a private event today. The organizers requested we not let anyone in who isn't a guest or a cosplayer. If you're not one of those, I'm afraid I can't allow you inside. Already told him I ain't a guest. What now? Should I just force my way in? Huh? Seriously, when did you buy that ridiculous mask? I'm throwing it in the garbage. No, my pretty precious mask. Come on, we're leaving. Oh no. Oh no. You liars. This isn't a ladies' night at all. Sorry about that. It was the only way to get you here, Ina-chan. You promise you'll use me for that next shoot, right? Show me a good time tonight, sweetheart, and I'll think about it. So the producer set this up. I'm leaving. Not so fast. You're not going anywhere, missy. You know, you really embarrassed me earlier. Should have just played nice. I think you're confused about how this works. I didn't mean to upset anyone. Uh-huh. Shut up. No excuses. I want to see you bow your head and apologize. There better be some high-quality groveling, like "Please forgive me, Mr. Producer," coming out of you. And if I don't like what I hear, you might not enjoy what happens next. You think you can just do as you please without consequences? When you're in a position of power like I am, you can cover anything up. I could even get you canceled if I wanted to. Now, what's it gonna be? Cosplay is everything to you, right? If you want to keep this so-called career of yours, how about you go fuck yourself instead? Excuse me? There's no way in hell I'd apologize to someone like you. Fuck yeah, Ina. And even less chance I'd flirt with you. You ought to know not to mess with a cosplayer, you prick.
Well then, that's how it's going to be, is it? You asked for it. I'll have to show you what this industry's really like. Well said, Ina.
Huh? Wait, you're... Who are you?
Whoops, sorry.
Majima-san?
Stay out of this, it's none of your concern. You don't belong here. Actually, I do. This little lady's my friend. And anyone who tries to hurt my friends, I'll make sure they get what's coming to them. Looks like things are getting interesting. Alright, boys. Throw this schmuck out on his ass. Oh, he just ate concrete.
Yikes! Have mercy! I'll let you appear on my show as much as you want, okay? Absolutely not. I'd rather not work with people. I'd rather work with people I can trust. Damn you! Don't you have any idea how I could ruin you? I do. And now, so does everyone else. I recorded our entire conversation and already posted it online. You can't sweep this one under the rug. You're finished.
You're not serious.
Ah! What do I do? What do I do? Huh. Serves you right.
Nice work, Ina.
Hey, you gotta look out for yourself.
You got some brass balls pulling that off. No wonder you're a top cosplayer.
It's all thanks to you, Majima-san. I don't know how to thank you.
Don't sweat it. So what's the next move?
With that producer no longer a threat and the shoot canceled, I think I'll just chill out here in Hawaii for a while.
Oh, sounds good. You definitely earned yourself a break. Maintaining your image as a top cosplayer is important, but performing all the time must be exhausting.
It's turned into Majima's Angels, true.
Most folk are more fragile and sensitive than they think.
And what about you, Majima-san? Are you sensitive?
Sure. I can be as vulnerable as they come. I may look tough, but I'm a real softie.
I'll keep that in mind. Oh, by the way, here's my number. I'll always repay good deeds, so I want to show my appreciation. If you need anything, just let me know. Despite everything, I'm delighted I made a new friend. It was fun.
Had a real fun time myself as well. Even managed to do some cosplay in the process.
Yeah, I saw. That was fantastic. You looked so good. In fact, would it be okay if we took a photo together? As a memento.
In that getup?
Yes. It'll get so many likes. You'll be my new cosplay buddy. Deal?
Sure, I guess.
Okay, here we go. Ready, set. Oh, God. My new friend, question mark?
Glad I was able to become Ina's friend. Always nice to see people like her taking pride in their work. There really is something about Minato girls. 3 girls left. Let's keep going.
This game is just fucking insanity.
Hey there.
What do you got?
Moscow Mule. Ooh, okay. Ooh. What do I want? No, I don't like lamb. Braised beef tendon. I do like beef, but not beef tendon. I'm thinking I'm gonna go with sliders, and I'm gonna go with a beer and a Moscow Mule.
Thanks.
Nice. Okay, yes. Place pin. Good. Heard there's a Minato girl named Seiko holed up in a fancy hotel round here. She's supposed to be some top-tier promotional model. Hard to imagine anyone so swanky'd waste her time with Masaru. Not even sure she'll give me the time of day. The rumors were true. You really are something special, Miss Seiko. Huh? What's that? Seiko? Did I hear that right? We are thrilled that you took the time to come all this way. It's truly an honor. It's Mr. Ellen's job to find the right person to represent our company, someone who appeals to our elite high society clientele. You are just as fabulous and elegant as the rumors say. You very well might be the perfect representative of our business.
I'm flattered you reached out to me, President Hirakawa, Representative Ellen.
So that's Seiko-chan. She's got all these big shots wrapped around her finger. Is this the power of a Minato girl? There's a fair number of folks with her. Rushing in without a game plan is asking for trouble. Might as well step out and come back later. Tonight's dinner will be a chance for Ellen to evaluate whether or not you are a proper candidate to represent us as a brand ambassador. I'm eager to learn more about the real you as we talk over dinner.
I'll ensure I don't disappoint.
Now then, I'm afraid I have a few things I need to take care of. When it's time, let's meet up at the Crystal Aloha Resort Restaurant.
Of course, I don't mind at all. I'm looking forward to it. See you soon. Phew. Finally, some free time by myself. There's a place I want to go, but I'm so hopeless with directions. I guess I could ask a local.
Right then, what's the play? Maybe Jason and I could pretend we're CEOs or some shit, and what am I saying? She'd see right through that one quick. Worst case, we just get reported.
Pardon me.
I act all fabulous and elegant, but wait, what the hell does acting fabulous even mean?
Sorry, but can I ask you something?
What? Why the hell is she talking to me? Could it be, did my elegant aura summon her irresistibility to my side?
May I trouble you for directions, please?
Guess I should have expected as much.
Pardon?
Where are you headed? Afraid I haven't been in the city long, not sure how much I can help.
Do you know where I might find the Dragon Cart track? I'd really like to watch a race.
Dragon Cart. Dragon Cart. Nah, nothing in the old brain pan about that one.
I understand.
This info might just be what I need to get to know her better. Oh. Well, I guess I know what we're gonna go do. Hang on. You know what that means? That means it's Dragon Cart time. We'll be right back. Hell yeah, it's Dragon Cart Day. Ready to put the pedal to the metal? Dragon Cart is Japan's newest craze, and now you too can get in the fast lane. Solo entrance welcome. Huh? Dragon Cart? Hey, mister. You look like a man ready to take the wheel of a Dragon Cart. Ain't I gotta know what Dragon Cart is before I can tell you if I'm ready or not? Dragon Cart is the kart racing sensation that's taking Japan by storm, and in response to high demand, we brought it to Hawaii as well. Kart racing, huh? Like them go-karts you see at amusement parks. Sure, if you want to be boring about it. What's unique about Dragon Cart, though, is that the city itself serves as your racetrack. You'll be able to burn rubber on picturesque Hawaiian streets and beaches. Just imagine drifting through paradise. Sounds fun, right? Well, with a pitch like that, yeah, you're catching my interest. I'm starting to feel the need for speed. But if it's racing, don't that mean going against other people? Only driving I've done lately's been on my ship. Not feeling too confident with a car. Oh, that's no problem. Even if you're a terrible driver, you can still finish first by using attacks to take out your rivals. Don't hold back. Oh, well, that's reassuring. Hold up. Attacks? But no amount of explanation is a substitute for the real deal. There's one open spot left on the roster, so why not participate in a race? Does sound fun. Should I give it a shot? Fuck yes, you should give it a shot. Dragon Cart's amazing. Alright, sure. I'll take a lap around the track. Great! Thank you so much. My name's Ron, by the way. I'm in charge of registration here. Looking forward to racing with you. I used to work in Sotenbori overseeing an activity called Pocket Circuit, but now I've been transferred out here to Hawaii. I still feel a bit like a lost tourist, so I hope we can be friends. That sounds good. Hawaii's new to me too. The old memory's kind of busted, but I'd be glad to have you as a friend. Your memory's busted? Don't worry about it. Right now I'm serving as the captain of a ragtag crew known as the Goro Pirates. Name's Goro Majima. Then would you mind if I called you Goro-kun? Oh, God. It's company policy to address our customers by kun, you see. Huh. No worries. I'm an open-minded guy. Ain't gonna judge you. Excellent. Then let's get you behind the wheel, Goro-kun. Fuck yeah! R2, drift with X and press X to hop. Collect items, use them with circle. Struck by items, reduce them, yep. Grab the dragon rings to recover hit points. Yep, I think I remember all of it. Oh, you bitch.
Gotta keep believing ahead.
Wow. Nice. Easy peasy.
So, did you enjoy your first Dragon Kart race?
Gotta admit, it was pretty fun. Really felt an affinity for the part where you attack your opponents.
Glad to hear it. You look a little unhinged, Goro-kun, so I was sure you'd fit in perfectly here.
Huh. You're kinda rude, lady, but you got a good eye.
You should enter one of our tournaments next time. If you thought the race was exciting, you'll be blown away by what comes next. When you're ready to roll, just talk to me for entry. Oh, and if you're interested in time trials or customizing your kart, I can take care of that too.
Gotcha. Hey there, newbie. Pretty decent performance out there for your first time. Huh? Who are these bozos supposed to be?
It looks like our regulars have come to introduce themselves. These are your new rivals, Goro-kun.
Nice to meet you, bruh. Name's Turbo. I'm a lifeguard. Looking forward to going full throttle with you, and if anyone gets hurt, I know CPR.
Aloha, I'm Leo, a hula dancer. Always good to have a fresh new face on the track, Goro-kun. I'm excited to go dancing with your kart again. You guys are so boring. I'm Lo, a cute little bunny and ultimate speed queen. Prepare to get stomped, Goro-kun.
Oh, you can call me Go-Kart Grandpa. I'm just an old geezer who lives for Dragon Kart. My name's Lelu, and it's plain to see that my real job is government employee. Out on the track, the slickest race will be between Goro-kun and me. I'm Mr. Fire. My smoldering passion for racing will ignite into flames that burn this track to ash. Nice to meet ya. I'm Daisy, the cutesy character. That is all. I'm the one they call Yokozuna. Not Zuna, because that's copyright. My hobby is Dragon Kart, but I also do sumo. Let's have a fulfilling match in the ring. Of course, together. This is Yappy-kun. By accompanying its owner and applying machine learning during practice, it became an amazing racer in its own right. Yuppie. I'm Yuppie, Dragon Kart Racer Extraordinaire. I'll practice with you whenever you like. Fast. Furious. It's true we're a motley bunch, but what unites us is our love for the sport of Dragon Kart, and especially our desire to win. If you're thinking of plunging into these turbulent waters, then you should dive right in. I'll be waiting in the driver's seat for our next battle. I know I ain't really want to talk, but your clientele are certainly unique.
Guess I can't deny that. Does it put you off?
Nah, just the opposite. Being around a group of enthusiastic weirdos makes me think these racing shenanigans are gonna be worth it. My excitement for this thing is kicking into overdrive. I'm ready for my victory lap around the track.
I'm rooting for you, rookie. Go for the gold, Goro-kun.
Oh. Thanks. Later then.
This one might have the potential.
Nice. Okay. We gotta go... here? Yes? Good? Come on. There you go. No, we're still... There we go. Whoa. Stick drift.
No, I suppose you wouldn't know where it might be.
Dragon Kart. You bet your ass I do. I've even taken one of them out for a spin.
Really? You're a racer too? That's so cool.
Well, I wouldn't really call myself a racer, but the beauty of Dragon Kart is that anyone can have a blast. Though it is pretty intense.
Oh, really? That sounds wonderful. I'd love to see it in person.
This might be just what I need to get to know her better. Ah, no problem, I'll take you there. Stick close.
Great. Thanks a lot.
Alrighty, let's blow this joint.
My name's Seiko. I do modeling at big racing events.
Name's Majima. Noticed you talking to some primo exec types earlier. Work related?
Oh, you were watching? Yes, they were executives from a company we do business with. They're looking for a new brand ambassador and reached out to me to see if I might be interested.
Ah, so that's why you're in Hawaii, huh?
Yes, but it all depends on how the dinner goes later. I heard they're looking for someone very dignified, so I'll need to be on my best behavior.
There is just a thing. There's like a core memory that was just unlocked for me, and I'm trying to think of what. You know how, like, every once in a while you see something and it's like just a quick flash in your head? And you're sitting there going, what the fuck? What was that?
Damn, I can't remember. It has something to do with the wall and the sky as a background. Something by a beach, that's really all I can think of.
Huh, sounds rough. But are you sure messing about with Dragon Card is a good idea then?
Hawaii's Dragon Card is renowned in the industry, so as a professional, I feel obligated to see it. It's not often I have the opportunity to visit here.
It's definitely wild and exhilarating on a whole nother level. Even I was shocked the first time. Hey, we're almost there, see? That's where the competitions take place.
The aroma of engine oil. I'm getting pumped.
The scent of excitement, eh? Just wait till you see the race. It's gonna blow your mind. But why stop at spectating? Why not make it worth the trip and get behind the wheel yourself?
Wait, you can actually ride here?
Well, it's dangerous as hell and the race is no joke, but if you're game, go for it.
Of course. I love a bit of danger. Where do I sign up?
Ha! Not one to back down, are you? Well, let's see if I can pull some strings. I know someone who works here. Yo, Ranchan, got a minute?
Goro-kun, what's this? Out with a girl? Aren't you a sly dog?
Jealous? Being this popular ain't easy.
Hahaha.
Oh, don't you laugh at me?
So what brings you here today? Gonna race?
Well, actually, this lady here's a fan and wants to give it a shot. Think you could help her out?
I'm Seiko. I really want to race. Hold on, Seiko-san? You mean the famous spokesmodel? Oh, yes, that's me. Whoa, no way! I see you all the time in my racing magazines. If you want to race, how could I possibly refuse? I'll register you right away. But it's your first time, right? You must be a bit nervous. Goro-kun, race with her, would you?
You betcha.
Alright, let me know when you're ready to race.
Let's do it right now. Oh, sure thing.
Alright, let's get started. Time to burn rubber, Seiko-san.
Hi.
Gonna get smoked? Probably.
Thanks. If I shoot a missile your way, sorry in advance, Majima-san.
Fine by me. Bring it on. I won't hold back.
I'm probably gonna get just fucking annihilated here in a second.
Damn. Now I just gotta stay in first. Easy. Damn.
A fiery finish!
I have finished.
Show's over!
I'm me!
Yeah, I haven't done any cartooning at all.
That was absolutely incredible. It felt like I was riding the wind. And the unique vibrations are just so addicting. My hands are still Oh, God. It's always the vibrations, I'm telling you.
Glad to see it was everything you hoped for.
By a mile. I can't thank you enough. I know I'll be up all night reminiscing about it. Oh, I'm sure you will. Is something wrong? Do I have something on my face?
Nah, I just figured spokesmodels like you were all business, but you're actually more easygoing than I expected.
Are you disappointed?
I ain't a fan of stuffy, stuck-up types. This suits me just fine.
That's a relief. Makes me feel a lot better. Everyone expects me to be all elegant and glamorous.
There's a reason for the vibrations being so exciting. No, I get it. That right?
Hi.
Yeah. My agency tells me I should just keep quiet because I'll ruin my image if I speak.
Damn, that's awfully harsh of them.
I know, right? It's so rude. Oh, by the way, Majima-san, do you have time after this? Let me treat you to a drink to thank you for showing me here. Oh, but I have a meeting with my client's president tonight, so I can't stay too long. Just a little drink, okay?
Alrighty, let's roll. I'll take a beer. That good for you too? Oh, right. Gotta be in top form for your important meeting later, yeah?
Yes, but one drink should be fine. Beer always tastes better after a lap around the track. Plus, I want to toast to you for everything you've done for me.
Sounds good. Let's toast to today's adventure. Hey, lady, 2 beers over here. Damn. Okay.
She can really put those down. Nothing beats a beer after a race.
Ain't that the truth?
Oh my god, she's done 2/3 of it.
But you got that dinner later, right? Don't overdo it. How's your alcohol tolerance?
I'm quite the lightweight, actually. Oh dear god, it's been 3 sips. My agency always tells me to be careful, but just one more.
Sure. But, you know, you're way more upbeat than I thought you'd be. Just shows you can't judge a person by career alone.
Yeah, people get all weird and keep their distance. It can be pretty lonely, honestly. Oh god. Since I'm big into anime and manga, I love to meet more like-minded otaku friends. Oh no. Oh, and I really love to sing.
Nice, that's my jam too. I'm always out on deck warbling away.
Deck? Do you mean in your garden?
I mean the deck of my ship. Believe it or not, I'm the captain of the Goro Pirates. My ship's called the Goro Maru.
Oh, good. That's like her 4th beer. You're way too funny, Majima-san. Oh, I'm already a little drunk.
Seiko-chan? You sure drinking like this is okay?
Oh, it's okay. I'm perfectly fine.
Hey, Sayo-chan? You good?
Let's go!
What'd you say?
Majima-san, you look different. Did you do something with your hair?
That's the waitress.
Oh? Is that right? So this must be the real one.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, it's me. Back up a skosh, will ya? It's totally wasted. Guess she gets hammered real easy if she drinks. I can see why her agency keeps her on such a tight leash.
I'm having so much fun today. Me and this sesame ball have something in common. You know what? We're both little curvy cuties.
Man, her humor's terrible. What even was that?
Oh no.
She gets drunk and she gets all handsy. Geez, how's she gonna get through her fancy pants meeting smashed as hell?
This dinner's a big deal. I better get going. You should totally come along too, Majima-san. Let's grab another drink and head to the after party. Whee! I'm sure they'd be fine with it. Well, I hope so.
Yeah, no doubt they'll be thrilled. So where's this dinner at?
Crystal Lalo something? It's a famous place, right? All I know is that it's famous.
I'll make sure you get there safely. Let's get moving.
Oh god, she's fucking annihilated.
I partied with a girl like this once. Trust me, it typically doesn't end well. A story? Yes. So I was living with a bunch of guys. I was renting a room in a house. And typically every Friday we'd have a party, right? And one of our friends, she had a girlfriend who wasn't doing anything one weekend. And she invited this girl. I'll call her Crystal, because I honestly can't remember her name. And Crystal said, yeah, sure, I'll go. And to be fair, Crystal was really, really nice. So, you know, they came over. We were partying, drinking, smoking a little weed, stuff like that. Nothing, like, too terrible. Just having a party, drinking, you know, playing games of asshole, and so on. Everything's going great. But then little did we know at the time, she's a bit of a lightweight. We started to notice, after maybe her third or fourth beer, she was getting a little tipsy. So we said, you know what? Maybe we should, like, just back off. Just a little bit, just make her slow down, get her something to eat, whatever. So we ordered food. Food came. She started eating. She was drinking more and everything like that, right? Well, Sorry, I'm eating M&Ms. He also, during the course of maybe about an hour, looked at every single one of the guys with a very coy smile, telling us, her words, not mine, by the way, her vagina had never been pumped. Mm-hmm. Yep. Basically, she was trying to tell us that she was a virgin and she was ready to let go. We weren't going to do that. Nor did we. So, we talked to our friend that we knew, her friend that invited her. We're like, you know, maybe we should try and start sobering her up. Right? I get it. She's out. She's having fun. That's great. Maybe we should, like, you know, let's try and get her sobered up. She said, yeah, that's probably the best idea, you know, and that way we can, you know, I can get her home early and everything like that. Great. Crystal says she has to go to the bathroom after having just announced for the second or third time that her vagina has never been pumped. And we went, okay. She goes into the bathroom. Bathroom's maybe 10 feet away, so it's not like, you know, she's going onto the other side of the house or anything, and we don't, you know, God forbid something happens, we won't know. And we're all sitting there at the kitchen table, and we're playing asshole and everything, and about 20 minutes goes by, and we're like, hey, where's Crystal? And then we look, and sure enough, the bathroom door is still closed. So her friend goes over. I'll call her Abby. Abby goes over, knocks on the door, and says, hey, Crystal, everything okay? And Crystal doesn't answer. Knocks again. She tries the knob. The door's locked. Okay, not good. Good news is, though, is that there is a window over by the other side of the bathroom. So, at the very least, we can peek in and see if she's okay. We do so. She's not. She kind of wedged herself. She passed out on the floor, puked all over the side of the tub, and wedged herself in, like, the little hallway entrance and against the door. So, what we had to do is we had to get a ladder so that we could climb in through the window of the bathroom and get in so that we could move her to open the door to get her out and make sure that she was okay. Which we did. Everything was fine. She was just drunk and passed out, right? Foxhound, what's going on, buddy? So then Abby's like, yeah, you know what? I'll help get her cleaned up, and, you know, if you guys could help me get her into the car, I'll get her home. Sure, no problem, right? So Abby brings Crystal back into the bathroom. We get the door, you know, taken care of. We help clean up the puke, and she's in there, and she's helped getting Crystal all clean and all that good stuff. And Crystal's in and out constantly, right? And we've all been that drunk before, right? Where it's like, you know, you're just kind of phasing in and out of existence. That's where Crystal was. Well, it was time for Abby and Crystal to go because Abby wanted to get her home, wanted to make sure nothing happened, and we're like, yeah, sure, no problem. We'll help get her to the car. And she passed out, and she passed out cold. So myself and like 3 other guys decided we will carry her to the car because it'd suck if she tries to walk down the driveway and just eats fucking asphalt. You know what I mean? Let's carry her. Now, the front yard has a rock wall, okay, at the very border of it, between it and the road. And Abby's car was parked right along the rock wall. Well, we didn't want to try and put a drunk girl into the back seat of a car standing in the middle of the road. So, the only thing that we could think of, because, again, we are all kind of hammered, is we'll go on the side that's facing the rock wall. There's still a little bit of clearance. We should be able to get her in. No problem, right? So the guy who's basically, like, bracing her neck, he stops holding her neck, and then he goes and he opens the door. So now he's blocked off. He can't get to us, right? And it's dark outside, so we can't see what we're doing, and we're tripping over rocks. And all of a sudden, I'm down at the feet. So I'm just walking, and then abruptly stop, and her feet go into my stomach. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then they start up again, and I'm trying to catch, and then her feet go into my stomach. Come to find out, they couldn't see what they were doing because it was so dark, and they didn't realize that the door was so close. They just kept trying to, like, push her head into the door handle, the inside of the door that was open, and all you could keep hearing was, ow, 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 and that's it. And we're like, guys, like, I was like, guys, we're at the door. We need to get her in the car, right? Okay, we're trying, right? But the door can only open so far because we're against a rock wall and all. So finally, I think it was Steve. He was, like, holding her legs. I was like, Steve, go around, guide her into the back seat from the driver's side, and then we can kind of, like, shoehorn her into the back of the car. Okay, cool. So he lets go of her legs. I'm holding basically her lower half, and he opens the door, and he's like, and then it was like 5 minutes of, like, him trying to direct people who have really shit night vision to get her into the car without, like, banging her head off of literally everything in the interior of the car. And he finally gets her in, and he's pulling her through and everything, and we finally get her laid down and all that good stuff, and close both doors, say goodbye to Abby, they drive off. Next day, Abby shows up, and everybody's like, hey, how's Crystal doing? Is she okay? And she's like, yeah, I don't think Crystal's going to be coming back. And we're like, well, I mean, she is kind of a lightweight, so that makes sense. I mean, you know, we get to be a pretty rowdy group, but I mean, obviously we aren't going to do anything like that when she's in that state. She's like, well, yeah, she goes, but on top of that, she gets really crazy, and she woke up today and she got more than a few bumps. And we're like, what do you mean? Is it from, like, when she, like, passed out in the bathroom? She's like, no, it's on her head when you guys kept ramming her head into the door. She goes, and she doesn't remember anything. We're like, oh, God. So, yeah, trust me, people like that who really start to get handsy and definitely a little hypersexualized and also happen to be an insane lightweight when it comes to alcohol, yeah, it never goes well. Don't do it. By the way, literally never saw her ever again. So yeah, been there, done that, got the t-shirt. Not the best experience. That's one way to teach someone. Don't recommend. It's true, I don't recommend it. I mean, it just so happened that, thankfully, she was among people who weren't going to take advantage of the situation or anything like that. That never, ever, ever crossed our minds. But I mean, let's face it, there are definitely dangers like that that are more than present in the world. So, yeah, you know, it doesn't go well. It's not worth it. You feeling okay?
Never better. The breeze feels nice.
Oh yeah, she's a mess. Hey, we made it. Crystal Aloha. The hoity-toity dinner's going down here, right?
Huh? What dinner?
Hey there, cutie. How you doing? What? Oh, hell yeah, bro. She's really feeling it. Forget this geezer and come party with us, babe. We'll show you a good time. This lady's all booked up today. Best skedaddle. Now. You're not invited, old man. Step aside. We'll take it from here.
Exactly. Step back and let them handle it.
Why are you on their side? What's this bitch's deal?
How dare you? Do you have any idea who I am? You want to fight? Let's go, tough guy.
These freaks are fucking with us. Time to kick their asses.
Bring it on, chump.
Seiko-chan, watch out. That man's just throwing a grenade?
Oh. Yo, begging for more, huh? Come on then, if you think you're hard enough. Just try me.
No, it's okay. I'm sorry.
Don't go starting fights with just anyone, morons.
Ooh-wee. She's a real spitfire. What's the meaning of all this brouhaha? Huh? You're telling me Miss Seiko did this? Hold on, it ain't what it looks like.
Let's go, yippee!
Excuse me?
Huh? You looking to start something too, huh?
Oh, for crying out, calm down already.
Don't go starting fights with just anyone, morons.
I'm telling you, it ain't like that.
Ah!
Hey. And she's out cold.
I'm tremendously sorry for all of this. After a drink, my true personality comes out. Normally, I'm more uninhibited and carefree.
Wait, what? After a drink, my true personality comes out. Normally, I'm more uninhibited and carefree. Weird way to word that, but I think I understand what they mean.
Please forgive my rudeness.
I'm the one who got her drunk, so I'm the one to blame. Can you cut her some slack? Dear me, what shall we do now? Our group takes pride in maintaining a proper, classy, and elegant image. With your noble aura and elite model status, we believed you would be the perfect fit to embody our organization. However, it seems we were mistaken.
I see. You're right.
Frankly, I didn't expect you to be like this at all. I had no idea you were so captivating.
Pardon?
The look on your face earlier, oh, it was utterly adorable. I've never seen anything quite like it. You always seemed perfect, beautiful yet distant, making you difficult to connect with. But you're actually far more charming, fun, and down to earth.
Despite our success, our organization is often seen as a bit too stuffy and unrelatable. We want to be seen as more approachable while remaining true to our values. I'm convinced you'd be the perfect person to represent our company. Which means... we'd like to officially offer you the role of our new brand ambassador. What do you think, Miss Seiko? Are you sure? I've never been more certain. Yes, I accept. Thank you so much. How you doing, Foxhound? How are things, buddy? I can't thank you enough for today, Majima-san. Everything turned out well in the end, all thanks to you. Forget about it. I just helped a nice lady who had a few too many drinks. Glad to see you nailed the job. Just like that big shot said, you're a great model, but even better when you're simply being yourself. Trying so hard to maintain that image made it harder to show the real you. I guess I thought people wanted me to be all prim and proper, which made me suppress who I really am. I love anime and games, and I get silly when I drink. I cherish that side of me and work hard to be the best promotional model there is. You got what it takes, Seiko-chan. I know you'll take first place every time.
Hi.
Definitely. Oh, here's my number if you want it. I wanted to thank you, but only caused more trouble. Let me make it up to you properly later. I believe in repaying kindness 2 times over. That's my motto. Huh. You're a real class act. Sure thing, I'll look forward to it. I know. Why don't we take a photo to commemorate our meeting? Yeah, sounds good. Let's use the pic to show what made today iconic. Iconic? Yeah. It's all 'cause of this. You feel me? Beer? I see what you're going for. Okay, here it comes. To new friends. Cheers! Majima's a good dude. They go me your friends now. Never imagine a fabulous-looking girl like her could act so different after a few drinks. These Minato girls have their charms, all right. 2 girls left. Let's keep going. All right, we gotta find the other Minato girls. Oh. Easy peasy. So, Machiko-san mentioned there's a Minato girl around here called Misoshi who plays video games online for a living. Said it's called streaming or some shit. Don't know how rivers relate to computers. Hopefully it'll all make sense once I meet her. And the winner is DJ Ochasuke. Congratulations! What? Thank you so much. I'm not worthy. That final combo was absolutely god tier. It must have felt so good to pull it off. Yeah, it did. I believe I even experienced a kind of post-combo clarity. I'm not worthy. Are there any players you hold in high regard? Actually, I'm a huge fan of yours, Misoshi-san. Occasionally, I'll even use the Let's Play videos as such you graciously upload for us as references. Truly, I'm not worthy. Oh, I didn't know. That's wonderful. I'm so glad. I'm still trying to be the best streamer I can be, so I appreciate your support. Yes, of course. I'm not worthy. What is he doing? Does anybody else notice he's just flat out staring at her tits? Okay, it's not just me, right? He like... He's just... Yeah, Mark 1 eyeball, locked right the fuck on. And that brings today's tournament to a close. Thanks, everyone.
Like, he's not even trying. No, he isn't. Okay, so that's Misoshi. Guess she MCs tournaments, too. I know you cheated, bro. Huh? There's no chance in hell I'd lose to you, to your piss-poor skills. You must have cheated. I would never. I went fair and square, and that's that. Fair and square my ass. I'm gonna KO you for real. Hey, what's this racket all about? The hell you butting in for? Far as I can tell, everyone's here to have a fun time. Can you resolve your differences in the gaming ring? Mind your damn business, you meddlesome prick. That does it. My ultra combos are gonna beat your scrub ass into the fucking ground. Alright, bro. That went well. My combos didn't do shit to him. That's because fighting games ain't real life, dumbass. You do well to remember that. Yo, all right there? Oh, yo, all right there? I am. Thanks for saving me. Huh. Glad to hear it. Huh?
Thank you so much for diffusing that tense situation. You did us all a big favor.
Oh, sure thing. Wasn't too much trouble after all.
Oh, I beg to differ. Please, let me thank you somehow.
I have to get Misoshi's good book, so she'll come along to Masaru's party. Time to make her acquaintance. Hey. Can you spare a little time? Just for the two of us.
What, huh? Oh my goodness! I thought you were proposing for a second there. You look so serious all of a sudden.
Oh, sorry about that. I ain't any good at this kind of thing. I just want to have a chat with you is all.
That right? What's your name, old dude?
Name's Majima.
Majima-san, then. My name's Misoshiru. Nickname Misoshi. I'm a streamer.
A streamer. Yeah, I ain't too hip with all that online stuff. What's one of them exactly?
A streamer live streams video content online. I mostly focus on Let's Plays of video games. It's a fun job that allows me to attend game events like the tournament I just emceed today.
So, what's a Let's Play?
Whoa, you don't know about Let's Plays? Did you lose your memory or something? Wait, that can't be right.
Lady, I wouldn't have had a clue even if my memory's intact.
Let's Plays are all about filming yourself playing a game. As you play, you react, provide commentary, and occasionally chat with viewers. Enjoying a game with other people, sharing the experience with you is so much fun.
Right. So, you talk as you game. Must take a lot of skill.
I'm a more laid-back, cheerful content creator, so I don't really get into heated arguments with my viewers in chat. Well, except when I'm trying to lock in, that is.
Aha, sure.
I love live streams, so I'm usually happiest playing games while reading comments and gabbing with my viewers in real time. There's also a lot of creators who record their streams and edit the highlights into compilation videos to upload later. I'd like to do that too.
Interesting. Wouldn't have guessed that Let's Plays encompassed all that. Have you been streaming for long, Misoshi?
Sure have. But how many years exactly? I guess it's been so long now that I've forgotten.
Huh. Well, this whole streaming gig must really be your calling if you've been doing it long as you can remember.
Yeah, only thing is, I've been in a bit of a rut lately. I'm worried that if I don't branch out and do something new, I'll lose my fans' interest. In fact, I've been worrying so much it's caused me to stream less. Talk about ironic. I don't have any ideas about what I should do, but since I have all these people watching me, at the very least, I need to keep entertaining them.
You're real honest about this. Performers are always thinking about their fans, huh? This Let's Play thing is like hot new entertainment nowadays, right? Seems like a fine job to have, but probably a tricky one, too.
Speaking of which, what is it you do for a living, Majima-san? Or are you just here on holiday?
Ah, well, it's kind of a long story, but I'm currently captain of the Goro Maru, a pirate ship. At your service.
You mean like in a battleship game?
Nah, my pirate ship's real as they come. I sail the open seas with my crew seeking treasure and having a swashbuckling good time.
Holy shit, that's incredible! You're the first real deal pirate I've ever met. I bet that's the case for most people too when they meet you. Aha! Hey, Majima-san, we should do a collab stream.
You mean the two of us?
That's right. We're gonna play a game together. I've only streamed solo, but I think you and I could be quite the dynamic duo, Majima-san. It might also help me get out of my rut. I can't think of a better pull for my first collab stream than a self-proclaimed pirate captain.
Is that right?
Come on, it'll be fun, don't you think?
I don't really get all this live play shit, but it's my best opportunity to become her friend. I gotta do this for Masaru's party. Alright, I'll give this whole Let's Play streaming thingamajig a go.
Then it's settled. Okay, I need to hurry and get things prepped.
Where do you stream then? Here?
Oh, no. I've looked everywhere in Honolulu, but I can't find any decent-looking place to set up. I'd kill for some good soundproofing.
Soundproofing, huh? There's a damn fine karaoke bar I know called Revolve. The second floor should be soundproofed.
Wait, are you serious? That's awesome. Makes sense a karaoke bar would be well insulated. Let's go there then. I'll need to bring my gaming PC and other equipment, so let's meet up there later at Revolve.
You got it. Okay, I'll see you later at Revolve. Also gives me a reason to go and do more karaoke. Revolve is over here. There we go.
夢に見てるのが年季あかんやろもっと夢もたんかいドリームや頭大方
There we go.
誰かが決めてるぶち壊したるで今日からトレイやでもうこれすげえよいつもドライバーへロメイロシと明日へプレイやで目の前には輝く再年月夢のゴールへ走りどうすで昨日より今日高いうおー場所へ流れやゲットだった
マジマさん
Damn, I think I just missed it because of that one fucking spot. I think I threw my hip just watching this.
やるな
Just missed it. Those ones where you have to hold it are really, really, really tough because I figured it out last night. If you aren't...
やってるぜ
Like, if you don't let go at the perfect time, it'll count it as a miss because it counts that you never actually let go.
Let's get to the top Let's get to the top Let's get to the top 愛想笑いちょだけん土下座行き交う日常繰り返しやでどうてつけたような言い訳じゃ言い訳ばっかりじゃ何もかれんばほかボケ残業徹夜犠牲俺らの自由取り潰しや夢に見てるのが年季あかんやろもっと夢もたんかいドリームや頭大方誰かが決めてるぶち壊したるで今日が Let's get to the top. 愛想笑いとだけん土下座生き交う日常繰り返しやでどう手つけたような言い訳じゃ言い訳ばっかりじゃ何もかれんバホかボケ残業徹夜犠牲俺の自分取り潰しや夢に見てるのが年季あかんやろもっと夢もたんかいドリームや頭大方誰かが決めてるぶち壊したるで今日からトレイやでもうこれすげえよいつもドライブへロメイロシと明日へトレイやで目の前には輝く最年限夢のゴールへ走りどうすで昨日より今日高いうおー場所へ流れやっけつだった
Wow, I barely made it through that. Holy shit. Come on. Yes. Yes. There it is, dude. I'll take it. Now I can just sit here and fuck around with songs, because I'm pretty sure every song is #1 now. Yep. Every song I have currently is at rank 1. Oh, thank God. Jesus. All right. Let's do this one, and then we'll keep going. Now that I've rank 1'd everything. There we go. Not my best showing of that song, but that's okay.
すごいよ船長
I'll take it. Okay, let's go live streaming.
Oh, Majima-san.
Yo, Misoshi. I see you're here already. What's all this?
My streaming rig. I had to bring displays, controllers, all kinds of junk.
Goddamn. Wouldn't have minded helping you carry some of that stuff, you know.
Aw, thanks, but all good streamers should be able to carry their own gear. All that heavy lifting probably makes me better at action games, too.
That's some dedication to your craft.
So, should we get this stream started? I can wait if you got things to do, though.
Oh. Hell yeah. Let's playing.
You go, Majima-san. Oh, right. Now that I think about it.
What's up? Oh no. What is this? He's a pirate. Oh boy.
Yep, this'll make a great thumbnail. Let's play with a self-proclaimed pirate captain in holiday hotspot Honolulu. That'll get people's attention.
Something about it's putting me off. But, what the hell? So then, anything specific you want me to do?
I'd like you to play one of Sega's finest masterpieces, Virtua Fighter 3. But you won't just be playing, you'll also have to react to what happens in the game and entertain the viewers.
Oh, I getcha. So it's all about reactions.
That's the idea. Entertaining reactions are a big part of a Let's Play's appeal. Don't worry if you mess up a little, though. My viewers are a nice bunch. I just know they'll love that funny face of yours, Majima-san.
I've never thought about my face like that.
And, oh yeah, streamers rarely use their true names considering that you're a pirate. Captain Majima. How does that sound? Cool, right?
Not sure I'm following here, but whatever, I'll follow your lead.
Then let's get to it.
Oh boy.
Her PC isn't hooked up to anything. So that's what it's like to play. Any issues?
I mean, I've played these kinds of games in the arcade before, so the controls are familiar enough. What I don't get is the whole reacting thing. Oh, I guess there ain't no point worrying too hard about it. Just gotta dive straight in.
Now that's the spirit. Reactions are about excitement and energy. Act surprised and at surprising things, act sad at sad things. Basically, you ensure your true emotions are on display in any given moment. Putting too much effort into faking it will just come across as try-hard and inauthentic, so the trick is to just be yourself.
So I need to respond with emotions to match the situation. Got it.
Okay, we're about to start. Click. And we're live. Right. Hi, everyone. Komiso, komiso, komiso.
Oh no. Hey, Misoshi, good to see you again.
So excited for this Let's Play.
What's this? The background's looking different. Where are you? Am I the only one who's seeing some old guy with her? Damn, these comments are coming thick and fast. Sure, some interesting times we live in, alright?
Believe it or not, I'm not only doing my first collab stream today, but also my first one overseas. I'm actually in Hawaii right now. I recently emceed a gaming tournament here, and I've been living it up in paradise. No shit, you're in Hawaii? Cool. Who's the old dude next to you? My partner here today is a self-proclaimed pirate captain I got to know from that gaming tourney. Captain Majima.
Yeah, he did. I think he just passed out from nerves, though. Is he even up for this? You okay? Talk to me, please. Oh, I'm fine. Sorry, just spaced out a little. I'm Majima. Nice to meet you.
As you can see, I'm going to play with a pretty funny character here today. Nice to meet you.
Shit, I totally forgot to react. I ain't gonna recover if I keep this up.
Today, the two of us are going to play Virtua Fighter 3. First off, I'll be having Captain Majima play in arcade mode. It's so funny that you went all the way to Hawaii and now you're playing Virtua Fighter with some old pirate dude. LOL. Just Misoshi things. I have no idea what I'm watching, and I love it. Oh yeah, they're really getting into this. Now then, let's start the game.
Please don't tell me I have to play the game, too.
Captain, you need to win this round to progress. Good luck. Okay, you got it. Just watch me. I got the best Akira Yuki in Honolulu.
Oh, so you're going with the headband wearing Akira Yuki, I see. Oh, damn. Yo, Majima's got some skills. Badass. That felt like a sick combo. Nice combo. Hell yeah. That combo was sick. Way to go, Captain. Keep him cornered. Don't let up. Damn right. This KO's in the bag now. Captain Mazima's got some fun reactions. I'm loving what I'm seeing. You can do this. He and Masoshi have good chemistry. Good, chat's really warming up to me. Just gotta keep it up. He's continuing to take and deal hits. How's this? Oh no, you gotta ring out. Stepping out of the ring even once means you lose the round full stop. Oh well. The hell? I was winning. Why do I lose if I gotta go out of the damn ring? I know all too well how brutal ring outs can be. Even if your opponent's on the ropes, all it takes is one good move for the match to turn in their favor. Wait, are you crying? Hey, Captain, are you okay? Looks like I was 10 years too early to accept this challenge after all. Forgive me, Akira. Wait, I'm starting to tear up too. Losing sucks, trust me, but cry over it? There's always next time, right? Games really aren't just games, you know? I've cried at the arcade plenty of times before. The chat's mixed about this, but anyway, pick yourself up and try to win next time, okay? Okay. Forgot my age for a moment there. Looks like the chat all have their own opinions about me having a little cry. Exploding free lunches? What? The score stands at 2-2, and it's time for the final round. I believe in you, Captain Majima. All right, this match is mine. Motherfucker. Oh, he's locking in. I swear, Captain wasn't this good at first? He's totally learning on the fly. I used to be just the same once. Hang in there. You've got this, Captain. We're right behind you. They're desperate for him to win. He's not even doing anything out of the ordinary. He's just playing the game and being himself. I won! Majima-san, you did it! Hell yeah, I did. I'm a fighting game legend. Let's go! Majima! I haven't been so on the edge of my seat in ages. Even watching these old retro titles as a spectator is great entertainment. You really enjoyed yourself, huh? Sure did. How about it, Masoshi? May as well play a few more rounds together, yeah? Though it ain't like I'm gonna lose to ya. Oh, you've done it now. You're on, Captain. Go for it, you two. Nice. Guys, thanks so much for tuning into our collab stream. I think that'll be it for today. If you enjoyed the stream, please subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. That's it for now, everyone. Until next time, Outsumiso. So that's what Let's Playing is like. Wears you down more than you'd think. Still, it was a novel experience connecting with people from all over the world in such a fun way. I'm happy to hear you had a good time, and Captain Majima was a pretty exciting streamer in his own right. Ain't that the truth? Who knows? Maybe I'll hit 1 million subscribers someday. In my dreams, I enjoyed myself, sure, but I also realized just how rough you streamers have it. It ain't just having fun, it's also figuring out how to entertain the viewers with your narration and reactions. It sure as hell ain't easy. Even more so when you're doing it live. You and all the other streamers are working your asses off, I can tell that much. Guess so, but that's because we're doing what we love. I love every single thing about streaming, not just that it's fun. When I was younger, I didn't have any friends and just played games by myself all day. God, this is getting too real. Games are amazing, aren't they? Each one introduces you to a new world. Just press the button and you're off on a new adventure.
One day I started Let's Playing on a total whim. I had a cheap cam and mic lying around, so I thought, why not? Yeah, it was, let me guess. She started out with, oh, what was it? What was it? The free trial hypercam? Not only is a fair amount of 5 million on methamphetamines from 2020, but the free lunches they're giving are such of low quality. If you reheat them, they'll scold children. Jesus. You don't remember the hypercam? I'll show you in a second. But then, little by little, more people started watching me, chatting the night away about their love for games. People just like me. Just by playing games, I could connect with strangers, make them laugh. It was so uplifting. I'm so grateful to the people who make games, who make fun games for us, the companies that let us stream, the people who watch my videos, and you too, Majima-san.
Me?
I mentioned I was in a rut, right? I was really worried about how stagnant I was feeling, but watching you in action, I realized something. I have the most fun when I'm just naturally enjoying myself and sharing my highs and lows with the viewers. I worried so much about creating new or more elaborate content, but now I think I should return to my roots and stream simply for the joy of it.
Oh, that right. Sometimes the best answer is the simplest, huh? And, you know, I think everyone prefers to see it that way, too.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, right. Here's something to thank you for today's stream. I received a present for you from my viewers. Here you go.
Double silver ring. Oh, thanks. Would have been nice if I went over a little better with the viewers, though.
Oh, and this too.
Oh, her number.
I meant to give this to you earlier, but I got so carried away having fun on the stream that I forgot. I want to thank you once again for everything.
Guess I'll have to collab with you over on my channel next time, eh?
Sounds great. But wait, what about your streaming setup? Do you even have a games console or PC?
Shit, you get a point. How much does that kind of rig cost?
Well, it varies, but a quality gaming rig will set you back about 100,000 yen. And if you want good equipment, that's another 100,000. That's like $1,000, you know.
Well, if I ever feel like playing some games, I'll come over to your place then.
What are you, a little kid? Oh, right. I want to post something for my followers on socials. Let's take a picture together to commemorate the day.
Sure, I don't mind.
Right, here we go. 1, 2, Otsumiso.
Well, I'm friends with Misashiru now. Glad she's enjoying streaming again. Consider me a Minato girl fanboy. One girl left. Time for that last push.
Okay, hang on. Let me show you what I'm talking about the I think it was Hypercam. It was either Hypercam or I think Bandicam was another one. Let me bring it up here. Hang on. Wait, Bandicam is back? What the fuck? No way. Wow. Yeah, okay, Bandicam is one of them. So look at this, right? You'll probably remember this. Remember this thing that was always at the top of videos on YouTube, bandicam.com? You don't remember this, Crit? And what was the... Oh, yeah, I think it was unregistered Hypercam.
Yeah, unregistered hypercam 2. That was the other one, because you always had this. Sure, I saw it, but it wasn't a devourer of this. Hang on.
Folks, say some gangster is dissing your fly girl. You just give him one of these.
So you always used to have this, too, up in, like, the corner or something. You always used to have unregistered hypercam 2 or bandicam.com across the top. Usually, I'm trying to think. I think you'd, like, this was back in the day of, like, red versus blue. You remember the Halo series that they used to have? Back in the day, you used to see, like, unregistered hypercam and bandicam.com, like, back in that time when red versus blue, like, really got, you know. And then, like, you'd have people like maybe in the bottom right hand corner, but their cameras, because they were, let's face it, they were crap webcams, right? They'd be so bad that they'd be like playing late at night or whatever, but you could barely see them, and everything was so heavily digitized in the camera that you could barely make out what the hell was going on. And the audio quality, because it would always be coming through the camera, would suck. All of this, every bit of it, is way after my time, so you may as well be speaking Greek. Okay, hang on. I'll show you. Germa actually did this. Germa Unregistered Hypercam. He actually did this. This is what, no bullshit, what streaming used to look like way back in the day. Way back in the day. So this is him now, right? Germa's playing. He's doing his thing, playing a game.
I'm sorry. I don't have much to say at the moment. I really don't. My words keep getting sucked from my mouth because I can't see. How do I comment on something that I can't even tell you what's going on?
And he's got a point.
This is just a bad compressed YouTube video.
Yeah, bad compression through YouTube. Again, this is when, like, at best, you were getting, like, maybe 480p from a YouTube video.
This is back in, like, fucking 2006.
Yep.
This is a 240p YouTube video.
Yep.
That we are currently watching. No, this is a 240p video of a guy filming his screen with a candy cam.
Yep.
This is what an old gameplay live let's play commentary was like.
Yep.
In 2005. Yeah, and it's Bandicam.
Yep.
Where's that act?
I'm dedicated to this joke.
Yep, here we go.
It needs to be the right font too.
It absolutely needs to be the right font.
But what font is the Bandicam font? Unregistered hypercam.
Yep, unregistered hypercam.
That's better. That's much better. Unregistered hypercam is 5 times funnier.
Absolutely it is, yep.
Should be right here.
Yeah, there it is. Here we're having fun on our gameplay commentary. I honestly don't know what's going on. Put .net. Wait, hold on. What does it actually say?
It's usually unregistered hypercam 2.
Unregistered. Okay, the cam is capital. Unregistered hypercam 2.
Yep.
This is staying on for the remainder of the stream. Alright, let's play. Turn down the stream resolution. This joke that's a funny joke if it wasn't real.
Yeah.
Because it's actually real. Turn your mic down low quality? Okay.
Yep. Low quality mic, shit camera.
That might actually break the stream. Oh, guys, no, I have a much better idea.
He's gonna turn it on his camera mic.
We're turning on the webcam audio. Properties, device. Yep, I can.
Oh, you just heard it click over.
How's this, guys?
Yep.
Hey, everybody. Yeah. Make the quality of the camera terrible, too. Okay. So in this video, I'm going to show you just my new favorite game that I played. Let's make the camera look terrible. We're gonna sharpen the fuck out of this.
Absolutely, you have to. Everything was over sharpened and digitized to fuck.
Okay, this looks like I'm from fucking 1930.
Yeah, but see, here's what you do, right? You also, to get the full effect, you have to shut all the lights off. So it's literally only the glow of the monitor hitting your face, so nobody can tell what the hell's going on in the background, and it just looks like you're in a black hole.
Put up the saturation like fucking crazy.
Yep. Absolutely.
That's good.
Yep. Perfect.
That's too good. It's gotta be worse.
This was streaming back in like 2005, 2006.
Wow.
There you go.
No, that's obvious. That's too obvious. And I gotta be in the wrong spot.
You have to. Yeah. There you go. Yep.
Down here. Right? Like. And I'm gonna be like fucking silent. My webcam's gonna be in a wicked embarrassing place. Like.
Yes. Yes.
Down here.
All the way down.
Like that? Holy shit, this looks so fucking bad. Remember, like, everybody needs to fucking be in on this, because I need some... People are gonna trickle in randomly, and I have to be, like, a piece of shit. You know what I mean? I can't... Wait, maybe I can. Yes, I can. Can I? Oh, fuck, dude. Oh, my God. It's about to get so much worse. I'm apologizing in advance. This is gonna look fucking terrible. I'm gonna fuck up the footage too, like the actual game. And the gunners? Good call. Holy shit, this looks... Look at this. Look, you can even see it. You can see, like, the pixels moving.
Yep.
Turn off the light.
You have to turn off the light.
Yep, you gotta be sitting in a dark room, completely empty.
Yep.
I'm gonna turn these off, at least low enough where it looks really fucking creepy and like I don't know what I'm doing. And then we're gonna play, and everybody needs to. You guys need to be in on this, because somebody eventually is going to come to the stream and be like, "What the fuck is going on here? Why does this guy have any viewers?" No, there has to be. I look like a fucking serial killer, okay?
This, by the way, this is the reason why nobody took live streaming serious for God knows how long. It was easily another 5-6 years between the time people were doing this and Justin TV took off.
Did everyone pretend to be bots? We'll restart. Right, here we go. We're starting now.
There you go. Perfect.
I think I have to go over here. No, this guy, yeah. Fuck, man.
This is how live streaming started. Like, he's committing to the bit and he's doing it for a joke, but this is how it used to look. Be back in a bit? Sounds good. Oh yeah, and somebody would always be sick and coughing.
No, I'll go to bed in like an hour. Yeah. Okay. I'll be up in like 20 minutes.
shit. Wow. I just don't get every time when they come over.
Oh, yeah.
No! That's not what I wanted to do.
Still having hallucinations? Perhaps it's your drinking.
My drinking is not an issue.
Right. Look, I'll go get this processed. In the meantime, Farrell wants to see you in his office for a mission.
Yeah, this is how it used to be. And they'd be high. Oh, yeah. Looks like a night cam from the 90s. Okay, take that. Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Was like, if you go back to say like 2004 to 2000, say like 8 or 9, webcams were still that stupid little white ball thing that clipped onto the top of your monitor. So you weren't getting good resolution out of that thing. Those were meant for like, oh, hey, it's time to talk to family because the internet's brand new and you're in a well-lit area, possibly outside on your laptop with your battery that lasts a grand total of, if you're lucky, 11 minutes. And you're using fucking Skype. You know what I mean? Like, an X-Fire was still like the thing. That's how it was back in the day. It's so stupid, but it's true. It took 5 more years. Literally took like 5 or 6 more years. How insane is that? But this is what Let's Plays and this is what live streaming used to look like all the time. It just was. Oh, no, I don't want to play that. I was trying to talk to Goro. There we go. Ooh. Actually, I gotta see if I can cook some shit. Oh. Pet food. I didn't know we had birds. And this is how Baby Shadow started. No, you want to know the funny thing? At the time, I thought those people were fucking losers. I'm gonna be completely honest. I thought those people were fucking losers. They did it just because they had nothing else to do. They had nothing else going on in their lives. And that was pretty much it. And maybe if they were lucky, they'd be, you know, doing it for like maybe 1 or 2 people. And, yeah, I mean, it was a completely different world back then. I was working, believe it or not, I was working for Comp USA back then. I was the dude selling that shit to people. That's what I was doing. Okay. Like, here, I'll put it to you this way, right? I was the guy... I'll tell you after the ingredients, hang on. Fuck. Just barely. You should be oh, it gets worse. I'll tell you in a second. Okay, I was the guy that literally typically from like 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. at CompUSA, I would be in the electronics department helping anybody else. Well, I mean, it's CompUSA, so it was all technically the electronics department, but you know what I mean. I was in the actual like computer section. That's where I was supposed to be typically. I was the guy from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. helping people out, and when I wasn't helping people out, listening to the same DVD play over and over and over about the World Series of video games with, here's a name people haven't thought of in years, Fatality. That's how far back I go. Right? And like people would be coming in and they'd be like, "Hey, so you know, like my daughter, she's going to go off to college and we need a computer for her." I have to like weigh the pros and cons of like PC versus Mac, depending on like what his daughter's going to be going to school for, or you know, she plans on say like playing games or something on her laptop, or you know, if she wants to do video editing or like all of this. I was the one who was sitting there going, okay, well, if she wants to do video editing, then chances are you're probably going to be, you're either going to want a Mac or you're going to want a Sony, because Sony does come with Vegas. Yes, Vegas was still part of Sony back then, right? Because Sony comes free, Sony, you know, laptop comes free with Vegas. Sure, best bet is probably a desktop. However, you know, like, I get it. Laptops are pretty mobile, and it, you know, it helps out a lot and stuff like that. And you know, if you're looking for something that's going to last quite a while, you are going to pay a little bit more for it. But you know, you can't beat the video editing. You can't beat the reliability of it, and so on. And you know, you're probably going to want to go with a Mac, because best part about Mac is if you don't have a program running, it's not running in the background. And I'd go through the whole spiel and get them set up, and, you know, also be like, okay, hey, you know, you need any peripherals? Do you need a webcam? Do you need a mouse? Do you like a wireless mouse? How about a wireless keyboard? Do you need like all of these things? And get them all set up, and, you know, see if they want the extended warranty, and see if they want the replacement or the repair plan, and like all the, that was me. That's what I did during that time. That was me. I was one of the people who was doing that. Or like, oh, hey, you know, maybe, you know, she wants a headset. So like if she's working on a project late at night or something like that, and she just wants to listen to music, and say like her roommate is sleeping, she can pop on a headset and she can just listen to tunes on there, and, you know, she won't like disturb her roommate or whatever. Oh yeah, no, that'd be great and stuff. And, you know, I mean, do those come with microphones? Because, you know, like then we could just, you know, like call her on Skype and stuff like that, and we could say hi, and oh yeah, absolutely, not a problem, right? Get her a headset, not a gaming headset, but just like a Logitech headset, but it was the one that like wrapped around the back of the head, and it had the microphone that came down that you could like flip up, kind of deal. And then, you know, you could use Skype and all, like, yeah. I used to do that shit. I used to sell that shit all the time to people. That's what I did. That's exactly what I did. I did all of that. And then, you know, you'd have like all these like gamers come in. They'd be, oh man, you know, like I need like a brand new graphics. Actually, hang on. Let me see if I can find a graphics card that I was using back then. Give me a second. Or that people were coming in for back then. Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go. Okay. Yep. Actually, what's the resolution on this? I don't know. I'll just do it this way. Anybody remember this beauty? Here we go. The GeForce 7900 GTX. Oh, and because, you know, I mean, you're a gamer, right? How about this? You also needed one of these bad boys. The Creative Labs Sound Blaster card. Best of the best. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think Fatality did a thing with them too. Yep. Sound Blaster, Fatality, Titanium. Yep. The Blaster X-Fi Titanium Fatality Edition. Yeah, I remember all these. I absolutely remember all of these. And, by the way, this was the only way back in the day with one of these cards that you could actually get Mass Effect 1 to work as advertised without the bug that would crash the entire game. Because Mass Effect 1 was constantly looking for the Sound Blaster card, and if the Sound Blaster card wasn't present in your hardware, it'd keep looking for it, but it'd get stuck in a loop instead of just going, oh, okay, no Sound Blaster card, right? So what it'd do is it'd keep getting stuck in a loop, and it'd just keep eating memory and eating more and more and more and more and more until everything got like really, really, really scratchy, and the frames would just tank, and then eventually your game would just crash completely because it literally just ate all the memory. No bullshit. Here, let's do this. Let's go back a little bit. Best games on PC from Metacritic. Elder Scrolls Oblivion, Company of Heroes, Dwarf Fortress, GTR 2, World Soccer, Medieval 2 Total War, Armadillo Run, Half-Life 2, Episode 1, Worldwide Soccer, Warhammer 40k, Dawn of War 1, Lego Star Wars 2, Galactic Civilizations 2, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Vegas, GT Legends, Space Rangers 2, Guild Wars, the original, Rise of Nations, Rise of Legends, Toka Race Drive, DEF CON, Lord of the Rings Battle for Middle-earth, Guild Wars Nightfall, Civilization 4, Final Fantasy 11, EverQuest 2. Yeah, this was way back in the day. How insane is that? And this is I used to Prey. God, Prey's that old? Holy shit. Tomb Raider, Neverwinter Nights 2, Marvel Ultimate, Hitman, Blood Money. The original Red Orchestra. Yeah, this was Ghost Recon. God, Ghost Recon. Ghost Recon was tough. Battlefield 2142. This was my shit, by the way. Battlefield 2142. I put tens of thousands of hours into that thing. But yeah, this is... I used to sell all this stuff. Oh, Star Wars Empires at War. That was so good. Oh my god. Need for Speed Carbon. That was a lot of fun, too. That was a lot of fun. God, the ship is that old, too, huh? Wow. Star Wars Empires at War, right? That's what I'm saying. Fear Extraction, Just Cause, the first Just Cause. Oh, DDO, Dungeons and Dragons Online. Oh my god. City Life did suck. Yeah, Scarface, The World Is Yours. That was pretty good. The Godfather. That was another one. Dark Messiah of Might and Magic. Battlefield 2. I played the crap out of that as well. I had this Command & Conquer 10th Anniversary Edition. That was another one I had. Let's see. Oh. Tony Hawk. Everybody had Tony Hawk. Couldn't get away from Tony Hawk. The Guild. Commandos. I remember Gothic 3 as well. Holy shit. Yeah, I used to sell this shit all the time. Star Trek Legacy. Yep. True Crime, New York City. The X-Men game. I remember the Da Vinci Code. Holy shit. Oh, and what was it? Oh, yeah. Here, wait, here's another throwback. Hang on. The SciTech Thrustmaster. The original SciTech Thrustmaster. We used to sell the crap out of those, too. This is, by the way, this is what I have, is the, it's not the Logitech, it's the actual original SciTech X52. But that's the HOTAS setup that I have. I just don't know if it works anymore. But yeah, that's the stuff that I used to sell. I used to sell that stuff all the time. I used to sell RAM, Used to sell processors, used to sell cooling fans, used to sell CPU coolers, laptops, desktops, all the accessories you could ever need. I used to sell all of that stuff. That was me back during that time. That's just what it was. That's what I did. I was working at CompUSA. I still miss CompUSA, by the way. CompUSA was so much fun. Excuse me. Let's try very difficult. Fuck it. The OG map for Fortnite is coming back. Did we go home? Did we? Oh, God. Fuck. Damn it. Wow, they made that one tough. Oh, come on. Stop. Stop that. Stop. Cheat engine. Oh, God. Cheat engine is still around from what I understand. Damn it. It is? Oh, God. Okay, could have been worse. It could have been worse. There we go. Okay. I don't have enough fish for that. Come on. Nice. Okay. Fuck. Okay, we're still good. Nice. Okay. Jeff's taco truck. I need the last there we go, Minato girl. Perfect. No. There we go. Where the hell is she? Oh, maybe she's up top. She might be up top. I'm just running around like a fucking psychopath. Ah, okay. Oh, Goro's got a present. Nice.
Take a break.
Wait, would you do the you-know-what as a sign-off?
No?
No problem. 1, 2... Bunyapa! Oh, God. Thank you so much. You have my continued support, Ai-chan. Ai-chan? Come to Ai-san's photo book meetup for a soothing, sultry dose of this absolute bombshell. Hey, now, I think she's one of the Minato Ward girls. I should chat her up, see if I can get her to come to Masaru's party. Target acquired. Let's give her a holler. Oh, sorry, no can do, sir. If you want to chat with Ai-san, you have to purchase a photo book. For real? Most definitely. So, would you like to buy one? It's only $30. $30 pop is pretty steep. Sure, whatever. I'll buy one. Gotcha. Thank you for your purchase. Please take your place in line. Uh-huh.
Next, please. Thank you for waiting. Right.
Konnichiwa.
Hi there, I'm Ai. This is our first meeting, isn't it?
That's right. Name's Majima.
Majima-san, then.
Yep, that's me, all right.
Time's up. Please step away. Bye now.
I can tell you had a great time with Ai-san. See you around. Yeah, thanks a lot. Wait, what? For cheating me out of 30 goddamn bucks, you call that a chat? What the fuck, man?
Swear at me all you want, but that is the time allotment that comes with the purchase of one photo book. If you would like to talk with her again, you'll just have to buy another.
But I'm holding a copy right here. Why should I drop more money on something I already got?
I know you might find it frustrating, but we're just adhering to policy. If you can't afford it, then you can't afford it. You just won't be able to chat with Ai-san is all.
I gotta fork over another $30? Come the fuck on. Sure, whatever. Give me another copy.
Thank you for your purchase. Please take your place in line.
Okay.
Wow, he's getting fucking just absolutely screwed. Next, please. Thank you for waiting.
Okay.
Konnichiwa.
Hello, I'm Ai. I'm glad to see you again.
Yeah, we didn't really get a chance to talk before.
No, we didn't, did we?
You can say that again.
Time's up. Please step away. Bye-bye. Tell you, had a great time talking with Ai-san again. See you around.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Oh, no.
For fucking me over again? I'm starting to think this is a full-blown scam. Just give me more time.
As I said before, if you want more time to talk, you must make another purchase. Given it seems you want to have a full conversation with Ai-san, you'll have to buy many, many more photo books.
So a shit ton of photo books equals a shit ton of talking time, right?
That's right. You've already bought 2 copies, but if you buy 10 more, I can guarantee you'll have plenty of time to talk with Ai-san.
10 more copies? I'd let you bleed me for $60 already. What am I gonna do with 12 copies of the same photo book?
That's not our problem. Sorry, rules are rules after all. Keep them, sell them, I don't really mind. But if you don't buy another, you can't talk with Ai-san.
Damn it, now what? That's 300 for 10.
Fuck!
Yeah, fine, whatever. Give me 10 copies.
Thank you for your purchase. Please take your place in line.
Sure.
Next, please. Thank you for waiting.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Ai. It's great to see you again, Majima-san.
Huh. You actually remembered me.
Of course I did. So what do you do for a living, Majima-san?
Living? Well, right now I'm sort of in the piracy business.
You're a pirate?
Sure am. Captain of a ship called the Goromaru. I'm on my way to becoming a legendary scourge of the seas.
Really? Oh, that sounds so cool. You must love traveling then. I'd love to visit your ship, Majima-san. You should invite me for a ride.
Sure thing. You'd be welcome aboard anytime.
Yay! That's a promise, right? Oh, right. Since you bought 10 copies, I'll say you know what.
What?
1, 2, Funyapa!
What the hell does that mean?
Huh? You don't know? It's my healing slogan. An idol I once admired used it way back when. It's said to have some soothing properties and minor healing effects.
Funyapa.
Wow, that was great. You're so cute, Majima-san.
If you say so.
Time's up. Please step away. God damn it. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. For screwing me over yet again. I still didn't get a chance to say what I came here to say in the first place.
I'm afraid that is absolutely irrelevant to me. It's not like you were lacking for time. You even had enough time for Funyapar. It's your fault. It's your fault for being so long-winded. Anyway, the photo book meetup has concluded. Ai-san won't be seeing any more fans today. Now then, we do need to start wrapping up so I can go home. See you around, and Funyapar!
Man, you know how to piss a guy off. Looks like I'm shit out of luck now. I can only hope we just run into each other or something. Stop! You can't! What's the big deal? Come on, all I want is a little talk with her. Not without buying a photo book. Rules are rules. In any case, the meetup is over. Please leave. Can it, tightwad? Does it look like I give a shit? I'm about to shove those rules up your ass. Hey, back off, guy. You back off. This ain't your business. Oh, it absolutely is my business. I bought 12 of those damn photo books just to talk with Ai-chan. And I don't see a copy in your hands. What gives you the right to jump the line? 12 copies? You must be a die-hard simp, or at least a real sucker. You got a real loud mouth, you know that? And you don't know me, so who are you to judge? Whatever your deal is, you're starting to piss me off. Enough talking, I'm gonna knock your lights out. Dead. Jesus, guy's strong. You want to talk to her, you buy a photo book like everyone else. When in Rome, right? Learn some manners. Thank you so much. You put all of Ai-san's other fans to shame. Huh. Damn straight I do.
Majima-san, thank you so much.
Huh? Whoa. Ai-chan, it's you.
I'd really appreciate how you helped the attendant back there. I want to return the favor. Please, is there anything I can do for you?
So we're clear, I didn't save him to get a favor from you, but now you're offering, I did have something I wanted to say. How about spending a little time with me?
You mean like on a date?
No, I wouldn't have suggested a date. Except that would be the easiest way to get a conversation going with her. And I need her to trust me before I go inviting her to the mixer. But why not? A date it is then.
Are you sure about this? Of course I'm sure. Besides, dating a pirate captain sounds like so much fun. Which reminds me, you've got a promise to fulfill, remember?
What promise?
Don't tell me you forgot. You promised during the meetup that you'd let me aboard your pirate ship.
Oh, right. I just figured you were saying that for fan service. Do you really want to come see the ship?
Of course. I'd love to travel, you know.
Am I good to go?
Yes.
A promise is a promise, right? Come on, this way.
Yay! I'm so excited. This is incredible. I've never been on a ship like this before.
Huh. She's a wonder, ain't she? We need a heading. Any place you're itching to see?
Let's go someplace you like, Majima-san.
Somewhere I like, huh? Aye, aye. All right, hard to starboard. We might have just kidnapped a woman, but, I mean, it happens, I guess.
Wow! So this is the island? This island is your favorite?
Yep. This here's Rich Island.
I don't think I've ever heard of it. Could we take a bit of a detour and visit?
Ooh. Corgi, what's going on? No prob.
Ah, that was fun. Rich Island is really lovely.
You think so? I heard you're well-traveled, so I didn't figure this little sandbank would impress you.
Then you'd be mistaken. I think this island is perfectly charming. There's no casinos, no good hotels, all a tourist gotta find are a bunch of pirate wannabes. This island may not have amenities for tourists, but that means that we can sit here on this beautiful beach together, just the two of us. We can listen to the crashing waves, soothing and serene. You can't do that if it's crowded.
You know, that's a great point. I hadn't thought of that. You can find the good in anything, Ai-chan.
I get that a lot. People say I have a curious soul. Maybe that's why I like to travel so much. There's always something to love wherever you go. And there's so much of the world I haven't seen. Going on trips reminds me of that. Stay in one place for too long and you start to feel like there's nothing beyond your four walls. The world is brimming with all kinds of extraordinary experiences just waiting to be had. Oh nice, how is 2K25 going? Just that thought is enough to help me get through the bad times when they come around.
You're spot on. Might be an old fart now, but you could still fill a book with what I don't know. World's big and life's short. I don't want to have any regrets. It'd be a waste if I didn't try to experience as much as possible. I feel called out, right, Crit?
Yeah.
There's a kid I know who was stuck living on this island. Should have seen his beam and smile when we set sail. He never looked so alive. Only one crash? Fair. So I guess that's what makes me think of the joy of traveling. Really should have traveled more before I got all old and achy and shit.
Oh, I think it's too early for regrets. You still have lots of traveling to do, and you've got such a nice ship to do it on. It's never too late to live your life. Never.
Huh. You might be onto something there. Well, well. Aren't you a cutie? Pretty rare sight round Rich Island.
Who's that?
Some weirdo pirate wannabe, just ignore him. And who are you supposed to be? I'm happy to show you who's a real pirate if you don't fuck off. Alright then, put your money where your mouth is. I'll handle this goon, Ai-chan.
I want in. This looks like fun. Why is she a psychopath?
Say what now?
No trip is complete without a little danger. What's the fun if there's no risk? Let's do this, Majima-san.
Sure.
Jesus, she got a sniper rifle!
You got a hell of an arm on you, Ai-chan.
I'm taking self-defense courses, you know.
I can tell. Still, sorry for dragging you into danger like that.
Not at all. I'll be talking about this for years to come.
Huh. Oh, glad to hear it. Right, it'll be getting dark soon. Let's head back.
Okay.
Yeah, with the fucking sniper rifle that you hide somewhere.
Thank you again for bringing me on your ship today. I had so much fun. I didn't really get to return the favor, though. You were looking out for me the whole date.
Nah, I had fun too. I did spend about 1,000 photo books worth of time with you, after all.
You're already a friend of me, Majima-san. We can chat anytime, no purchase required. Here's my contact info. I really want to do something nice for you, so if something comes up and you think I can help, call me, okay? Oh, I almost forgot. Let's take a picture to commemorate our date.
Alright, sure. So, we gonna do the you-know-what?
Of course! Here we go. Ready, set... God damn it.
I got 12 fucking photo books. Jesus. Glad I got to be friends with Ai. She's kind, curious, and got a positive state of mind, alright? Minato girls are on another level. Masaru will love her photo book. Perfect. Now I've got to know all 5 of those Minato Ward girls. I'm ready to hold that party. Only problem is, how do I know about throwing a party? I guess I could head to Revolve and ask Machiko-san for advice. Run around like an idiot for a minute. Say hi to everybody. Oh no, what is this? Hello, hello! Stop on by and visit the Miracle Aquarium. Miracle Aquarium? That's right, the Miracle Aquarium. Take a flyer. Come and be amazed by our spectacular animal show performed on a dazzling glacial stage. Thanks. Some kind of snowy circus, huh? Could be something to do. Looks like it's over on Harbor Street. Might be fun to take a gander later on. Okay, we have to go here, right? Yep.
Aloha.
Hello, Captain. Oh. I'm not really all that hungry, but potato wedges and bourbon. Fuck it.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Oh. That's K. That's not Machiko-san. Oops. Well, well, if it isn't Mr. Minato Ward himself. Have you managed to woo the women I told you about? Actually, yeah. My, aren't you a lady killer? You're more of a wolf in sheep's clothing than you let on, you little lecher. Act like I'm some kind of virgin. Look, I got all their contact details, just not sure what to do next. Don't you worry, I'll take care of the little details. You did pay off my tab after all. Seriously? Huh, you're a lifesaver, old gal. You could just say gal. Just go give the girls a call. I'll help you explain what we have planned. Alright, will do. What is it with me and bourbon? It's pretty easy. Bourbon is not something that you typically down like a shot. Because if you do, you're just asking to be killed. Bourbon, along with scotch, most whiskeys, and other stuff in that vein are usually just drinks that you sip. So, if you go out to a bar and you don't feel like getting completely shit drunk, you spend $20 on 3 fingers of scotch, and then you can sit there all night tending your drink, and nobody's the wiser because the drink stays right in front of you the whole time. Sounds really expensive for fucking 3 fingers of scotch, but if you're just going to be tending the entire thing all night, well, congratulations. You're probably the most sober out of everyone there. No, see, for the most part, it doesn't really matter. Because if anybody is sitting there and they're taking shots of whiskey, they deserve what they get. Period. Doesn't matter if it's the cheap stuff or the expensive stuff. If they're like literally just downing shot after shot of whiskey, they deserve exactly what they get. Which is either going to be an ass whooping or throwing up in the bathroom for 45 minutes and passing out, cracking their head on the ceramic. Whiskey is a bad day. That was highly specific, just saying. Let me put it this way. I've literally, and it's the only time in my life I've ever seen this, I've seen somebody down shot after shot after shot of whiskey and then dent a ceramic toilet seat with their head. You know how hard it is to dent ceramic? No whiskey, though, never liked it. That's fair. No, it's not even that. Honestly, Bloop, it's most of the time, like with whiskey, you just become like a fucking stupid, sloppy drunk who most of the time will just regret everything they've ever done in their entire life when they just keep downing shot after shot after shot, because they're literally just retching their guts out for like the next 40 minutes. Like, it sounds dumb, but there's literally nothing else. Took me years to find out that different drinks give different drunk feeling. Yeah. Yeah, they do. They absolutely do. Thanks for coming out here, everybody. Sorry to call you over so suddenly.
No need to apologize. I got plenty of free time on my hands now.
Beer makes me bloated, vodka makes me hype, but quickly makes me sleepy. I can't do vodka anymore. Like, if it's in a mixed drink, fine, but I can't do just straight vodka. I have a period of about 2 days where I don't remember anything from, at this point, probably 17 years ago. Like, there is a span of time in which thanks to vodka, I do not remember whatsoever. Every once in a while, I might get a flashback or something, but it's only for like a second. And that's the last time I ever did anything with vodka straight.
You changed my life for the better, Majima-san. If I can help you out in any way, I will. I'm always happy to hear from you. Are we having another date? Another, you say? As in you've already had one? Yup. What's the meaning of this, Majima-san? Cheater? You disgusting old man. You scurvy pervy pirate.
Hey, wait a second. Just relax. I swear I got a good enough reason for bringing you all here.
Really?
I've never been drunk where I can't remember what oh, dude, I've been fucking annihilated. Interesting discussion. Wish I had heard the first part. I throw up a, well, that's the thing. That's the thing when it comes to vodka. So when I was in college, right? There were, especially because you're a broke college student, there typically, especially back in like 2005, 2006, there's like maybe only a handful of things that you can buy. One of them at the time was Natty Ice, because Natty Ice cost $6 for a 30 rack, and it was shit beer, but it was great if you were going to throw a party. If that wasn't a thing, if that wasn't something that you wanted, another thing that you could get would be Colt 45, because it cost $3 but would get you royally fucked up. Another one would be Grey Goose vodka, because at the time it was absolutely dog shit, and it tasted like rubbing alcohol, burning included. And the other one was, I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh yeah, the other one was Bailey's, because Bailey's has always been relatively cheap. So as a college student, here I was sitting in a dorm room with like 10 other people, and we had this big ass handle of Grey Goose vodka, which is absolute shit, with red Solo cups. And every time we ran out, we weren't looking at how much we were drinking, we just poured more. So within the course of about an hour, I probably had the better part of about 15 to 20 shots in me. And I was fine because the temperature hadn't changed until all the ladies had to go back to their college because they were going to a sister college of ours. And we went outside in the middle of November and it was 0 degrees out. And the temperature change made me insta-drunk. And I said goodbye, and I asked a girl for her number, put 30 digits in my phone, and then as soon as she turned around, I vomited for about 15 minutes in a bush. And past that, I don't remember anything for about 2 days. I'd love to try rum one day. Rum's okay. You get one hell of a hangover. You blacked out for 2. Yeah. Oh yeah. Like I do not remember much of anything for 2 days. Rum is okay. The problem with rum is it's got so much sugar, you're going to have literally the worst hangover you've ever had in your life. Because once the sugar goes away and gets through your system, now not only are you insanely dehydrated and you're having alcohol withdrawals, now you're having a sugar withdrawal at the same time. So rum is good. You can do like rum and Coke and that's fine, but yeah, you will literally have the worst hangover you've ever had with rum. So just be careful. When do you feel sick or about to throw up? Immediately before you do. Like, you've got a grand total of about 2.5 seconds before you just start yorking. That, I'm not even kidding. When you are that hammered, like, there's no warning at all. You feel like the room is spinning. You feel like the earth is constantly either moving left or right. You're trying to stabilize yourself. You can't. And then you go, uh-oh. Whoa, and you just start puking. There's literally no warning. That's how it works. When you are that hammered, that's how it works. That's why most of the time in like movies and stuff, right? If you see somebody, you see like a bunch of people and like American Pie movies and stuff like that, right? Everybody's sitting there drinking and you see this one guy and he's kind of wobbly and everything, and then like he doesn't say anything, he just like retches all over himself or like projectile vomits in somebody's face or what. That shit actually happens. Not because they're too drunk to say anything, it's because quite literally that's how quickly it all hits. So it's just like your body's like, nope, I gotta throw this up right now. And you got maybe about 2 seconds of forewarning. That's about it. That's really all there is to it. Yeah, you see, I want to throw a Minato Ward party. Party? This is one time I had to throw up and was holding a cub with a vodka shot. I knew I was about to pop, so my ass decided to down the shot and empty in the cup. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's bad. It's really, really, really bad. Like, that's just how it is. It's not good at all. Like, when you're that hammered, I've literally seen somebody passed out, and not do, like, the violent vomit all over themselves. You see them, they're sitting straight up, they're passed out, their head is down, and they just open their mouth, and it just comes pouring out. Worst feeling is when you got to go to the toilet and there's a long ass line. When I've ever been drunk enough to get to that point, I don't care how many people are there. If I have to push people out of the way, I don't care if they're taking a piss. I will push people out of the way. Like, you got to remember, the college that I went to, which is no longer around for better or worse, but the college that I went to, my first day, I walked in and I met a couple specifically because I went to go use the bathroom and found them literally opening day of freshman year fucking on the sink. That's the kind of school that I used to go to. So it was a massive party school. Massive, massive, massive party school. So there was no, oh, excuse me, I got it. No, if you got a fucking hurl, people are just getting pushed out of the way. That was just how it was. You just reminded me of something? Oh, no. We already played that game. Dude, I'm telling you, like, yeah, that's how it was. That's how college worked. Yeah, see, I didn't do anything in high school. My first real experience with alcohol and partying was I had already been accepted to the college, same college, by the way, and I had just graduated, and the college had, I think, like maybe a week or two for finals still to go, and I got invited by my buddy over there, and everybody that we partied with had already finished their finals. They were just literally partying all day and night for like the next week. And my first experience of seeing somebody really ever that drunk was a guy took a one of those pawn shop katanas that are absolutely shit and ran full tilt at somebody who was standing in front of a mirror, and they moved and he stabbed the mirror and then proceeded to fall into the mirror. And then, to top it all off, because he was so hammered and people needed to, like, calm him the fuck down or, like, get him to pass out because he was such a rowdy animal, they decided to take a disposable camera that still had the flash battery going for it and wire it together after taking the actual flash bulb off, and then zap him in the back of the neck, and we watched him jump up, break a ceiling tile with his head, and pass, and literally knock himself out cold as he hit the floor. That was my first real experience with partying like that.
I see. So you're doing this to help your friend Masaru-san, huh?
Yep. I'm sorry to spring this all on y'all. I'll understand if you ain't into it.
I mean, none of us have boyfriends at the moment, so I guess we could pitch in.
You could?
So, what's this Masaru-san like? I'll warn you, I have a hard time getting into the mood when a man has no charisma. That's right. If we're going to do this, I hope he's someone I could see myself in a relationship with. Yeah, Kaho,
Shit, better try to hype the guy up. Well, one thing I'll say... Oh, boy. He's great at cooking. Husband material. Get this, the man's a cook. Goddamn maestro with a chef's knife. He's tried cuisine from all over the world. Everything he touches comes out delicious. Give him a chance. He'll whip you up a meal fit for royalty. Can't exactly vouch for that myself or nothing, but...
Really? That's incredible. I'm such a foodie. Men who cook are right up my alley. I'm especially fond of good wine, so I hope he's got some skill as a sommelier.
He can sure as hell hold his liquor, I'll tell you that much. Oh, and he knows how important family is for sure. He'd be a great husband. Seems like they're all on board. Well, you girls interested in meeting him now?
Definitely. He sounds sincere and really interesting. I have to admit, I'm excited about this. Me too. The way you describe him, he sounds super fun to hang out with. I'll give this thing 100%. I want to find a relationship.
Kaho wants to find a relationship so she can find somebody to beat the shit out of with that riding crop she was looking at.
Don't count me out just yet. Masaru's gonna be mine.
They're itching for a piece of the guy now.
I've arranged a place for the girls to meet Masaru. All that's left is to invite everyone. Well, ready to throw this shindig?
Damn right. Let's do this.
Great. Why don't I escort the girls to a changing room and get them nice and dolled up for the occasion? Gussy that Masaru up as best you can. I'll be off now.
You got it. Hello? What's going on, Captain? Hey, Masaru. You mind coming to see me? Huh? Sure, but what's going on? Well, you'll see when you get here. Huh. Who knows? Might be a dream come true. What's that mean? Oh, no. What? You're throwing me a Minato Ward party? Yep. Had a rifle through your diary. Seems like as long as this was weighing on you, you wouldn't be able to give your all to the ship. Guess I did kind of say all that, but seriously? You did this all for me? What sort of captain wouldn't for his crew? Especially someone as important as you are. You're the heart of the Goromaru. Having you around keeps everyone else at their best. Top of that, you're a walking encyclopedia and you cook the best damn food we could ask for. I don't know what we'd do without you. Taking all that into account, this is the least I could do. So you better have the time of your life, or else. Captain, I can't thank you enough. I'm so grateful to serve on the Goromaru. I promise you, I'm gonna give this party everything I got, and find the woman I want to spend the rest of my life with. And when I do, I'll give her a dandelion. Huh. Okay. You know what dandelions symbolize, don't you? Why would I? I don't either. Then what the hell did you say it for? I don't know. I guess it's a simple type of plant. Even if it grows through cracks in the sidewalk, it can still be beautiful. Maybe I'm kind of like a dandelion. You think? Oh, yeah, I guess. Hell, they're probably like any sort of flower. Roses, dandelions, who gives a shit? Listen, they're a nice group of girls. Even if you're trying to find true love, you gotta make sure you show them a good time. Of course. You have my word. I swear. I swear on the dandelions. Okay, I'm heading off now. Wish me luck. How do you think he'll do?
There's always hope?
Oh no. Oh shit, real life Masaru. Oh shit.
料理人でユニーク、面白くてかっこいいマサルさんという方が来るって聞いたので、正直ちょっと楽しみにしてます。マサルさんコスプレイヤーが好きなのかわかんないけど、でも私も
We get to see real life Kaho too.
ちょっとでも興味持ってもらえるようにちょっと頑張りたいと思います。はい。今日はマサルさんという本当に素敵な男性に出会えるということでとっても楽しみにしてきました。私は旅行がすごい好きなんですけど、マサルさんもそういうのが一緒になんか旅とかできたりするような方だったらいいなと思って楽しみにしてます。頑張ります。 最近ずっと海外出張が多くて
There's Kaho.
あんまり出会いがなくてもうずっとデートとかもしてなかったので今日すごい楽しみにしてます。すっごく面白い方に出会えるって聞いたのでどんな会話なんかウィットに富んだ会話とかできるのかなって思っていてすごく楽しみです。よろしくお願いします。
レースクイーンのお仕事って結構出会いありそうだねって言われるんですけど意外とないんですよね。なので今日パーティーでマサルさんに会えるって聞いてすごい楽しみにしてきました。料理人っていう風にも伺ってるので仲良くなって私の大好物とかいっぱい作ってもらえたらいいなって思います。いい出会いになるように頑張ります。
Yeah, Seiko looks a bit different, but Kaho is spot on.
すっごくかっこよくてしかも料理もうまくて優しくてお金持ちの素敵な男性と出会えるって聞いて楽しみにしてきました。今日はその人と愛される関係になれるように頑張りたいと思います。
She looks really close too. Masaru's love journey. Nice. Oh, that's amazing.
Mm. じゃあ緊張しますねちょっと。どうしよううまく喋れるかな私。
張り切り方もすごいから
喋れるかな。
Damn, patent leather shoes and everything.
お待たせ。今日は僕のために集まってくれてありがとうね。僕の恋人にふさわしいな、この子いいなって感じた子にこの一輪のタンポポ渡しちゃおうかな。そうああそう今日は楽しんでいってください。ガンガンハメ外しちゃって。
What? Oh no.
いいねいいねいいねいいね。よし楽しもう。乾杯。乾杯。
美味しい。
美味しいね。
If someone randomly strolls in right now, they're gonna be really confused.
どこにあららららららあららない。こうなるとどうするの？
Oh god.
かっこいい。
見て見て見て。
Where did his shirt go?
よしもう巻いちゃえ。そう巻くよ。いきますよ。
Oh my god. Kaho, what are you doing?
カシューナッツ作るんだよ。カシューナッツ作る。あ、無理だぞ。お金だ。乗せた分だけあげますよ。乗せた分だけ。あ、ちょっとね。乗せた分だけあげますよ。乗せた分だけあげます。
Should I like put a thing across the top? Just it like that just says it's not what you think it is? Should wait, hang on. Sure. There we go.
ちょっとごめん。ちょっとごめんね。申し訳ない。ちょっと電話。もし。よいしょ。はい、もしもし。
俺や、楽しんでるが。
ああ。いやいやいやいや、楽しませてもらってますよ。いや、最高ですよ。
盛り上がってるんか。
盛り上がってます、盛り上がってます。盛り上がってるよね。こんな感じで。はい。
うまくやってるやないか。
おお、もちろんもちろん。いや、最高ですよ。で、この後どうすればいいんでしょうか。
あ？
いや、この後どうすればいいですか。
Oh no. Oh boy. What do we want to do? We got toss out some killer pickup lines one-on-one, sell them on your overflowing charm, or make them bust up laughing. I'm thinking it's going to be either 2 or 3. Pickup lines are typically pretty cheesy. I want him to actually, like... I'm hoping he gets Kaho, but... overflowing charm. Fuck it.
お前の魅力をアピールしまくってる。
あれです。あれです。そりゃ頑張んなきゃ。はい、あれです。よし。お待たせ。
Are we okay? Okay, we're fine. Now I can take this off. It was literally just... Yeah, we'll get rid of that. It was literally just because of things, you know? Guess it didn't go too good, huh? I don't get it. Sounded like everybody was having fun when I called. Something happened after that? These checked out. What an utterly hopeless man. Well, you could always ask the girls how it went. Yeah, I got a bad feeling about this, though. Okay, why don't I talk to Ai-chan first? Oh, no. What happened? Hey, Majima-san. Yo, so, how'd the party go? Seemed pretty fun. About to zip him up in leather and ride on his back, whipping his behind with a whip. True. Seemed pretty fun from what I could tell. It was at first, but then we had some alone time, just the two of us. Yeah? What happened? Well... Oh no. Oh no.
Ah, ここにいたんだ、愛ちゃん。
はじめまして。
よろしくお願いします。
お願いします。
いやー、マサルと申します。
マサルさん、楽しみにしてました。
こちらこそ。いやー、なんか一人で寂しそうに飲んでるからさ。お酒はみんなでワイワイ飲まなきゃ。
そうですよね。一緒に飲んでくれますか？
もちろん。よろしくお願いします。
お願いします。
何飲んでんの？
あ、赤ワイン飲んでます。
あ、そっか。赤ワインか。つっても赤ワインっていっぱいあるもんね。お酒はどう？
お酒すごい好きですよ。
あ、そう。俺と一緒になればねえ、そんじゃそこらの酒知ったかぶりしてるやつと違って世界中のお酒飲めるかもしれねえし、そっちについてるお花もいいけど一輪のタンポポちゃんもこっから顔出してるしさ。ちょっとさ、もっともっといろんな酒知って世界中回りたいよね。
そうですね。
マサルについてくると楽しいぜ。
Oh man.
じゃあとりあえず乾杯しようか。
あ、はい。
ジュエジュエ
Oui, monsieur.
どうしようかな。
Vous avez
言っ
choisi
ちゃっていいかな今日はもう。
なんだろう。
Alors, à la carte, du vin blanc.
He has no idea.
Du rosé. Non. Du vin blanc.
Du vin blanc.
A bidet. I'm not asking you about the bathroom.
一番風呂の時だけだったら言うの分かるけど、10番風呂だったら言わない方がいいよ。今10番風呂ですだったら入りたかねえよ。飲む
Yaourt. Du yaourt. Ah bon. Du yaourt. Yaourt blanc.
飲むヨーグルト。飲むヨーグルト。
Yogurt?
10番風呂って何なの
Très bien, monsieur.
10番風呂で売りになってねえから。
Du yaourt.
1番風呂だけでいいよ。
Je vous amène ça tout de suite.
He's hung up on a wine bidet.
10番風呂って入りまくっちゃってんじゃん。
How can he keep a straight face?
結構似合うかもしれない。
本当ですか？
君が一番似合うのかな、タンポポは。
嬉しい。
ただお酒で少しほんのり赤くなった表情とタンポポが一番合うのかもしれない。
Excusez-moi.
確かに。
Voilà votre yaourt.
Oh no. What is he doing?
そう、今ね、これぐらい真っ白い。
He's gonna drink straight yogurt?
おそらく南の方なんだけど、ノミョングルっていう濃いめの。
He told the waiter he wanted something to drink, but the waiter speaks French and he speaks Japanese, so the only thing that they could agree on was yogurt. So now he's making up this bullshit story about the yogurt in his wine glass being some really fancy emulsified wine.
乳化したワインなんだよね。
乳化したワイン。
そうそう。でこれを引くほどかき混ぜて乳化させたワインがこれで、実は俺はこれが一番好き。申し訳ないけどそれは少し、味気ないけど全然君には似合ってる。そんなことより乾杯。
あ、はい、乾杯。
さあ愛ちゃん、最高の今日は出会いになりました。マサルです。改めまして。
はいです。よろしくお願いします。
乾杯。
乾杯。
おお、素敵。
それ。さっき。
Oh man. Oh.
これはちょっとごめん、俺久々に今日回るかも。
あ、どんな味するんですか？
乳化させてるんだけど、ものすごいドローっとした感じで、ちょっと酸味のあるお乳の感じがすごくいいんだよ。お乳好きなんだよ、もともと。
それ飲むヨーグルト。
Isn't that just yogurt?
飲むヨーグルト？飲むヨーグルト？
飲みすぎるとお腹緩くなるんだよ。
飲むヨーグルトで。
If you drink too much, you might get diarrhea.
止めて、今日もし俺が見失っちゃったら。
でもそれお酒入ってない飲むヨーグルトですよね。
生ハムいただくね。うわ、からの。
Usually on a date when you're all dressed up, you really don't want to be talking about diarrhea. Huh. After that, I wasn't sure what to say to him. He doesn't seem like a bad person, but I don't think he's someone I'd like to go out with. Yeah, sorry he wasn't what you were looking for. No, really, I'm sorry. I know what this meant to him. Wonder what else went down. Could check with Ina next. Oh no, what did he do? Here, Goro. Okay, Goro. Yeah. Thank you for the pheasant meat. Oh god, what did he do? Oh god, she looks awful. Hey, Majima-san. Hey, how was the party? Yes, not so hot.
You can say that again.
What happened?
Well,
oh no.
写真好きなの？
結構撮るのも撮られるのも好きです。
あ、そうか。確かにたくさんいつも撮影されてるもんね。
あ、そうなんですよ。コスプレイヤー。
そうか。たまにはこうやってお魚を撮って逆に息抜きしてたりして。カメラを向けられると魚たちは緊張すんのかな。
どうなんでしょうね。
こんな可愛い子がカメラ向けるとちょっと泳ぎが硬くなってるような気がするのは俺だけ。
本当ですか？
いつも撮られる側だからたまには撮る方の気持ちも味わわないとね。
そうですね。
いいポーズ撮ってくれてる？
でもすごく元気の泳いでます。
そうか。こういう珍しいとこも逆に撮っちゃうかな。あ、そう。俺も実は写真好きなんだ。
そうなんですか？
そうそうそうそうそう。
Oh no.
写真は結構昔から好きで、いろんな歩いてる途中に見つけたものとか、いろんな気になるものをシャッターに収める。それが自分の趣味の一つでもあるんだよね。どう？ちょっと少しだけ撮影させてもらっていい？
私ですか？
僕が撮ってあげるよ。このタンポポに似合うかどうか。どうだろうね。
じゃあちょっとだけお願いしようかな。
どう？カジュアルの方が好き？それともちゃんときっちり撮りたいタイプ？
でも私コスプレイヤーなんで、どっちでも。
お任せコース。
はい。
Oh no, don't. No. No.
撮ろ
う。No. No.
お願いします。
Masaru, no. Oh god.
移動して。そうそう移動して。そうそうそうそうそうそう移動して。そう行くよ。
Oh no.
よろしくお願いします。
I've seen him somewhere before too, but I don't remember where.
緊張しないで全然もうそのままで。はい、素敵です。なんだか深海に潜り込んだみたいだな。でもさ、
はい。
深海っていろんな生き物いるじゃない？
そうですね。
昔さ潜った時さ、うなぎだと思ったらさ、よく聞くとそれ海蛇だった。
Oh no. No. No.
そうだよ。
Oh god, he's got the lighting.
なんか魚に突っかかるかと思ったら普通のさ、なんかもだったことない？
ありますか？
Dude.
いいね。深海を泳ぐように。そうそうそうそうそうそう。
No.
そう。
No. Masaru, no.
そう、両方で行くよ。
Masaru, you got two of the same camera. What do you do? No. Oh god.
Okay. そうそうそう、素敵だね。あんまりさ、一人でいくつものカメラ撮るってことないでしょ？
あんまりないかも。
そう、自分はね、両方やってんだ。こうやってまずカメラ撮る。自分でカメラを撮ってあげる。じゃあこいつ喜ぶから、そしてこいつは今度撮る。そうそうそう。だから逆に君は撮らない。カメラ撮る。こうやって。ほら喜んでる。
Shit's going in my gooning folder, right?
カメラが喜んでる声だから。普通だとほらでしょ？
はい。
あ、そうほら感じてるのカメラが。ほら。そしてこいつで今君を撮るんだ。
はい。
そう。素敵だね。少し笑顔が硬いかな。
あ、すいません。
もっと幼少期の頃のように柔らかく。 もっとあどけなく10代、小学校、そして乳児期、これぐらいかな。そうそう、
he's gone off the rails. What it? No. There are no words.
Sticky, so.
There. Yeah, that's sure unique. It's too polite to say them.
When someone says they're taking a picture, you expect them to snap a quick pic with their phone, no? He was just so insistent about getting it right. It was kind of funny, but I don't think we'd work as a couple.
Oh, I get it. Sorry he wasn't what you were looking for.
It's my fault, really. Maybe I should have played along a little better?
So far, no good. Let's see what Seiko says.
Oh, no. I'm afraid. I'm so afraid. Okay. Okay. Hey, Majima-san.
Hey, how was the party with Masaru? Was Masaru kind of awkward?
It wasn't terrible, per se.
No?
Well, you see... Oh, no.
By the way, this is the last thing we're doing tonight, so it's gonna end on a weird note.
つまずくとこだったよ。
すごいサングラス。
そうそう。聖子ちゃんでよかったんだっけ？
聖子です。
その呼び方で大丈夫かな？
呼び捨てがいいな。
よしよ。この店いいよね。
ね、雰囲気がすっごいいいですよね。
ね、比較的使いやすそうだし。
Morgan, oh no. Here we go. Maybe. Why is it doing this to me? I don't get it. Everything's on. Hang on, let's... I'm refreshing everything. Give me a second. Oh, it's doing this stupid thing again. Hang on. I'll get it to work. I shall get it to work. Yes. Come on. I don't understand why it keeps doing this. Everything's on. Everything's connected, so I don't know why it's not doing it.
買いやすそう。
ねえ。
はい、お肉すごい美味しいらしいですよ。
お肉か。
はい。
そうかそうか。
はい、
お肉は好き？
大好きです。
ああ、肉食。
But thank you for the 5 bits.
でもシャイなとこもあるんですけどね。
言っても俺はシェフ関連。作るお仕事だから。
料理人されてるって伺ってました。え、何でも作れるんですか？
で、話言ってんの？
はい、事前に伺ってて。
ちょっと待ってちょっと待ってどこまで行ってる？なんかさ何もかも洗いざらしになんかバレてんの嫌なんだけど話どこまで行ってる？
でもそもそもマサルさんってお名前とあと料理人をされてて料理がうまいっていうのを伺ってたので。
自分はまあ作るのは大好きで。
何でも作れるんですか？何でも作れるんですか？
望みがあればすべて。
見てみたいです。
ごめん今日さ俺決めてきちゃってるし一緒に食べようってことのモードだから、今日はちょっと作る側やめさせろや。
まあ確かに食べるのも楽しみたいですけど、
今日はちょっとオフモードさ。なんでそんな顔されたら。
マサルさんのかっこいいとこ
Oh no.
みたいな。
Oh man. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, this is... Oh boy.
シェフでエプロンってある？ああ、ごめんお借りできる？
嬉しい。作ってくれるんですか？
Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no. What's... Oh no. No, sir. No, that...
お待たせしました。ごめんね準備かかっちゃって。じゃあ早速なんかチャチャチャって
Oh
してみます
god.
か。
楽しみ。
動けるやつ動いて全員で厨房に一回さ電源こっちに全部回しちゃって、他の電源全部切っちゃえでこっちに全部回しちゃって、出力全部こっちへ。動けるやつ動けないだったらもう意味ねえぞ現場にいる。ごめんね。
すごいですね。
Yeah, he does have the forbidden mustache, yeah.
した食感が自分的におすすめで、そうでなんだろう尻尾追加するとおかしいけどなんかちょっとした尻尾みたいなのついてて、それを取る人もいるし、面倒くさくて取らない人もいるし。
先っちょのやつ。
そうこれがね不思議な食材でね、なんつうんだろう、炒めすぎてもダメだし、かといってそのままだと少しお腹には消化には良くないかもしれないから、その頃合いがすごい大事で。
Oh god. Oh no. What is...
もうちょいか。味付けしていくよ。
Dude, this game...
もうそろそろ大丈夫ですか？焦げちゃわないですか？
大丈夫。
Oh no. No. Masaru, just cook. Just cook, buddy. No, sir. Oh god. And she's laughing her ass off behind the camera. You can hear it.
さあ、あとお皿に乗っけてほぼほぼ完成。よし。お待たせ。シンプルイズベスト。
Bean sprouts? He cooked her bean sprouts. That... Oh boy. Yeah, alright. Sounds like another strikeout. It's a shame. I was looking forward to some delicious teppanyaki. But then he spent all that time on those bean sprouts, just stir-frying them over and over.
They were good, sure, but I guess I'm someone who needs meat in her teppanyaki.
Anyone would. Jeez, Masaru, what a goddamn waste of your talents.
It was lovely of him to cook for me, really, but I just don't like him that way.
This is getting depressing. How about Kaho next? Why does Kaho look like she did something that might have gone a bit too far? Goro, I love you, buddy, but... Okay, thank you for the golden grasshopper. I gotta go talk to Kaho. She's not looking so good.
Hi, Majima-san.
So, how'd the party go? Heard everyone's dates went to shit. Same for you, Kaho-chan?
Yeah, it went well at first, but then...
Then... Oh no.
てなわけで行きましょう。
はい。
乾杯。ああ、最高だよ。
最高です。二人っきりで嬉しいな。
そう、なんだかわかんないけど、この二人っきりって他の二人っきりとはちょっと違うような気がするな、俺だけ。
本当に？嬉しい。
どうだろう。なんか相性も良さそうだし。早い。今どこ指さした？早い。ちらつかせてるだけ。まだ早い。
目に入っちゃうから。
このタンポポってさ、頑丈なコンクリートを突き破って出てきた一輪なのよ。
そっか。
そうだからそう簡単にお渡しするわけにはいかないんだよね。
でもこれが綿毛になる頃にはきっと
どっちに飛んでいっちゃうかな。
恥ずかしい。
シャワー浴びてくるかな。
早くない？
早いかな。フライ君かな。どうだろう。俺は流れ的にもう
Oh no.
っていいような空気にはなってる気はするんだけど。
Oh dear God, no.
先行ってきますわ。で、入念に体を洗ってきます。
綺麗に今以上に綺麗になっちゃう？
今以上。
No.
なんだろう。ちょっと時間かかるかもしれないけど、丹念に行かしてもらうよ。
じゃあ分かった。心の準備して待ってる。
待っててね。
これ預かっとこうか。
バカ。これはシャワーまで持っていきます。シャワー見てくる。
No. Oh no. What are you doing? Okay, it was like 9:12.
ちょっと待ってね。テレビつけちゃって見てたよ。テレビつけて見てた。お酒飲んでていいんだから。ちょっと待ってな。
Bro.
集中的。
Bro.
Take it slow. 集中。いる？頭だけちょっと一発でもう一回。ゆる。いる？
Yeah, I was gonna say, she's probably like passed out. Oh, God. It's been 40 minutes.
数分置くからちょっと待ってて。浸透させるから。おい、浸透させるからちょいと待ってて。聞こえてるか？
No. Oh, God. It's been an hour and 10 minutes. Oh god, it's been an hour. It's been over an hour and a half.
あれあれかおちゃん照れちゃってんのかな出ておいでもう綺麗になったよごめんねちょっと90分ぐらいかけちゃったんだけども90分長いな風呂はなおーい帰った帰っちゃったしょうがない
God, that water pressure. I mean, he's in a hotel, so water pressure's not a problem, but 90 minutes? Jesus. Damn.
He was in that shower for 2 hours, practically. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I left. Taking a shower when you're getting close to someone is considerate, but for that long? It's unheard of, isn't it? It's definitely not how I want my boyfriend to behave.
Yeah, I get you. This one I thought he couldn't do any worse. Only one girl left now. Let's see how it went with Misoshi.
Oh no. I'm scared.
I mean, she doesn't look traumatized, so that's a start.
Hey, Majima-san.
Hey, wanted to hear how the party went. Did Masaru screw it up once you were alone?
Mm-hmm. I was feeling a little nervous, so I was the last one to hang out with him in private. Whole situation made me so anxious that I tried writing my feelings down in a letter, but then he was right out of the bath.
Yeah, one of the other girls said he took his damn time in the shower. At least he was clean for you?
Maybe, but there was something a bit off.
Oh no. She does look kind of pissed, yeah. Off, huh? Oh no.
Hi. Oh.
どうも来ちゃいました。
なんだ君か。
来ました。
来てくれた。はい。全然 OK。
ありがとうございます。入ってもいいですか？
むしろ、はい。
じゃあ失礼します。
おお、綺麗だね。
What?
てっぺちゃん。はい。今日はいつもよりも。
Oh, Jesus, dude.
だよな。見ててよ。
気合い入れてくれてるんですか？
たまにこうやって違うヘアスタイルしていわゆるイメージプレイつうかコスプレつうかさ
コスプレ好きです。
いいタイミングに来たね。
嬉しいです。
No.
そうか。
Oh, God.
今日の生活量は何だい？
好き油ですね。特殊な。
Bro, it's pomade.
好き油。
好き油ですね。
へえ。どんなボタニカルオイルなんだろう。
Pomade is. I'm gonna be honest. Pomade's more of a hair wax than it is an oil.
聞いた今。ラブオイルだってよ。
素敵ですね。
なかなかなこと言うね。風呂上がりはね、私はちょっとやっぱりこうやって目ちょっとね。プライベートはこのメガネなんですよ。
さっきと違う。
そう。五郎丸にいる時は
Used to apply when I grew my COVID. Yeah, dude, like, I mean, granted, I don't go out a whole hell of a lot, but I have a thing of pomade that I use. Like, if I'm going out somewhere, I don't even care if it's to the grocery store or whatever. I put pomade in my hair. Like, pomade is good stuff, but it's definitely more of a wax that you have to work in versus an oil.
基本的に活動してる時は裸眼だけど、夜寝る時とかリラックスモードの時はこのメガネ。
じゃあプライベートなマサルさんに会えたってことですね。
そう。今日は本当の姿。終わり？
はい、終わりましたよ。
完成。
はい。
ありがとうね。で一個話なんだけど。
はい。
12 inches long. Holy shit, dude. That's some long hair.
あとオイルで言うと何オイル？何オイル？ラブオイル。早く行けよ。ラブオイルだ。早く。じゃあね。
Oh no.
ラブオイルぴったりにつけちゃってんだ。
本当ですね。
よし、取り組み始まるか。
What?
行くぜ。
What are we?
マサル。
What are?
行きますか。行くよ。待っててくれよ。今日の取り組みはちょっぴりいやかなりハード。
What is he doing?
マサル。体も洗ったし、マサルはすごく綺麗な。みーちゃん。傷ついただけだよこれ。みーちゃん。なんでだ。なんでこうなるかな。なんでこうなるかな。なあ。誰一人しっかり相手してくんないじゃん。結局こうです。結局こうです。
I mean, that feels more like a misunderstanding. He was kind of hyping himself up versus doing something weird. I mean, it was kind of weird, but you know what I mean. Like, compared to the other. What happened? He was getting his hair done. Yeah, the hairstylist said he put love oil in his hair, and he was kind of like joking about it, and then he told Michan that he was covered from head to toe in love oil, and then he did this really weird thing, like trying to hype himself up to possibly give her the dandelion, and it felt like she took it more as like, we're gonna fuck now, and she got kind of scared and left. Yeah. I was so uncomfortable, I bolted. Sorry, but he and I would never work. I need someone normal? You and me both. I'm still not quite sure who that hairdresser was or when he got there. Who knows? So, how'd it go at the end? Well, finally he held a ceremony like he was going to give one of us a dandelion. Oh yeah? Yeah. Oh no. We still got the final ceremony?
いよいよこの時が来ましたね。この花、誰に渡そうかな。みんな良かった。みんなすごく良かった。正直この子が特別いいってなんてことはない。どうしようかな。
I mean, I really want Kaho to get it.
よし。
I think they did. Yeah, they all left.
あれ？
I mean, to be fair, the dude was basically a creep and a weirdo throughout all of their private time, and it didn't go well. So, I can't really blame any of the girls. So, now we know why the guy looks so beat down. Listening to him all, can't say you don't deserve it. He had a whole lake of fish and didn't get none of them to bite. Sorry, but it might be over for you as far as dating goes. Oh, shut up! Leave me alone! What are you gonna do? Ain't easy figuring women out. Come on, Masaru, buck up. He ain't the first guy to fumble the ball.
Bro, he fumbled... No, dude, he... Literally, it's more than fumbling the ball. Fumbling the ball is when you accidentally say, like, spill a drink on yourself, right? You're out, you're having a date, you have your drink in your hand, you spill some on your pants or on your shirt. That's fumbling the ball. He literally took the ball and spiked it into a cheerleader's head on purpose. Like, he lit the ball on fire and knocked it into the firework factory. Like, bro, it's a little bit more than fumbling.
Captain, I know you did your best trying to win him over. You got nothing to be ashamed of. Learn from it and do better next time around. Failure's just a part of life. You got plenty of life left. Next time you'll be twice as ready. Long as you keep at it, you'll succeed. I promise you, someday you'll find the one. You're right. It's just, this was my first try and I got so carried away. All the pressure got to me and I tried to make everything perfect. I should have just been myself. What was I thinking? Pretending I was some big shot. That was never going to work. All it did was make the girls upset and now here I am wallowing in failure. I'm pathetic. You can try to lift my spirits, but I don't think my dream will ever come true at this rate. Huh? What?
Masaru-san?
Girls, I hope you can forgive me. You're all amazing and I blew it. I was awful and inconsiderate. I'm so sorry. Thank you all, really. This experience helped me understand how much I need to grow and improve. Even at a party with beautiful women like you, I need to be able to look you all in the eyes and be honest and speak from my heart. That's the kind of person you deserve.
Masaru-san.
I'm gonna learn from this, I swear. I'm gonna do better from now on. Someday, when I become a better man, I hope you'll party with me one more time. I'll make it the best party of our lives. So please, let's all share drinks again. We'll forget all about today. Oh, Masaru.
You really don't need to apologize.
Huh?
She's right. It didn't work out the way we'd hoped, sure, but I still had fun. So did I. Even if we wouldn't make a good couple, I'm glad I got to know you. Right? I think I speak for all of us when I say we made a new friend. Yeah, we did. Besides, your party helped us grow too, Masaru-san. It helped us figure out what kind of man we really like.
Really? What kind of guy's that? Who is he?
That's a secret.
Oh no.
Hmm?
Huh? Hell are they talking about? Figure it out, dumbass. Oh wait, no, that's K.
Figure it out, dumbass.
This is so uncomfortable. Someone put me out of my misery.
On that note, Majima-san, we have a request. Please let us join the Goro Pirates.
All of them? All of you?
That's right. We want to be closer to you, Majima-san. None of us want to let you slip away. All right, girls, we need to decide who's first. Oh, I'm first up, no doubt about it. Nuh-uh, it's me. Oh.
You girls lost me, but whatever, workers are welcome. Earners are embraced, that's what I always say. Goes double for all of you. Welcome aboard.
Yay, it's a pleasure to serve, Majima-san. Oh, God.
Okay, Ina's happy. Seiko's happy.
カホです。お世話になります。
Kaho's good on the attack. Yep.
アイです。ふにゃぱー。
Oh yeah, that's Ai. She's got the sniper rifle. That makes sense. She's good with attack. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, we beefed up the crew, so I guess it was all worth it, huh? I lost out on what might be the only chance I had to achieve my biggest dream. Come on, you'll get there someday. Love's always around the corner. You never know when you might find the one. You make it sound easy. Huh. I hope you're right about that.
Phew! Cleaning up after you kids could be a full-time job in itself. Have some pity on a hard-working girl, would you?
Hey, Machiko-san. Machiko-san? Oh, you two ain't met, huh? Yeah, all that Minato girl business and setting up the party, it was all thanks to this old gal.
You could just say gal.
Oh. Oh no. Huh? What's going on right now? Masaru? Machiko-san? Captain, I think my dreams might have come true after all.
You know, I think mine might have, too.
Wait. You never know when you might find the one. Yikes. Taking a picture of that might end up being an emote. The what? Oh, and of course, Machiko-san is on the Goro Maru. Oh, boy. Okay, just hang on. Just one. I just need to check. We're not. If there's nothing there, I won't sing. Okay, there's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing new. Okay, we're gonna call it there for tonight because it's already like almost 2 in the morning. That went a lot longer than I thought, but I couldn't just stop in the middle of Masaru's love adventure. You know what I mean? That would have just been rude. So yeah, but I did have a lot of fun. It was weird, but this fucking game. Bloop, thank you so much for the bits, buddy. Really, really appreciate it. We had Crit, we had Bloop, we had Medicine, we had Sophia, Corgi was here. We had a bunch of awesome people tonight. So thank you, everybody, for hanging out. I know Spectre was here as well. And to anyone and everyone who's been lurking, I really, really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. I will be back later on today. But until I see you guys then, have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another. Stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here: try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing you guys later on. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. Really appreciate you. And thank you again for all the love and support from the bottom of my heart. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't still be here. That is it for me, guys. Have yourselves a good one. I will see you all later on today. I'm out.